Welcome, everybody, to the Rally Cry Collegiate Series presented by the Army National Guard. My name is Seymour. With me is Vincent. We're into day number 4. Vincent, yesterday we got to see the winners, semifinals. Both of the matches go the distance, 3 matches, and they were incredible, electrifying. The team stepped up. We saw upsets. We saw, things we really didn't expect. And I hope that that is exactly what we're going to get today as well.
Yeah, I mean, from yesterday, I feel like we came in with some expectations, and in every way, those were blown out of the water, whether that be in a positive way when it came to GMU, just absolutely finding footing in every moment, or on the other side of things, where we thought we'd see a little bit more dominance from Northwood, and they got pushed. And they got pushed hard. It was really fun to see.
It was really fun. And GMU, I mean, big shout out to GMU for the performance that they put on as well. Fighting tooth and nail all game long against the Fisher Falcons and upsetting them. See you in the winners finals. And that matchup is one that I'm going to be excited for later on down the line. And, talking about these matches and the way that I'd say GMU kind of approached this one, was this, a possibility in your minds?
Honestly, I don't think that I was thinking about it, but the reality is it's always a possibility. Everybody has that opportunity, but when I'm kind of putting together the story, I'm thinking about what things are on paper, and realistically, well, that's not always how they go down, and that's, I think, what we saw for the majority of yesterday. We saw the difference between what things look like on paper and then what actually happens in the server, and that's where everybody can come out and show up.
Yeah, and I think, another team that really showed up was Oklahoma Christian University. OC stood up to Northwood, a team that, a lot of us kind of recognized as, one of the best here in collegiate Counter-Strike. And they remain to be up there as well. Oklahoma Christian, they can walk away from the series really, I'd say, comfortable with the way that they played versus Northwood. Still things to work on heading into the lower bracket, but even still, you can walk away knowing that you stood up to one of the best. And later on, if you get another chance, you could potentially even take them down next time.
Exactly. There's that possibility. There's even more. And you know what? I think that is probably now the time to shift our focus and talk about the lower bracket. We've talked a lot about the upper side of the bracket, which we've been hanging out in all of yesterday, but now we watch teams play for their tournament life. It's do or die at this point. And down at the bottom left, those are the games that we're going to be jumping into for today, and some big names. I think RIT, the one to come to the head when it comes to teams we didn't necessarily expect to be down here in this round of the lower bracket.
No, I'd say, you and I, we got to see NC State Wolfpack back in week number 1. They took on Brock University, and that was a pretty dominant showing for them. I mean, they really showed up, a 2-0 swift win to head into, our second round of the winners bracket. You can see up top, they lose to Fisher College. They drop down. Matthew McConaughey's fan club is who is up next, who lost to GMU Patriots in a 2-0 loss. So both of those teams, suffering the hand of a 2-0 loss, and that is something that we're going to have to be taking a look at later on for our second match of the series. Our first match of the series, something that we have to really dive into, is again another unexpected situation. RIT Orange heading up against the likes of the Ohio State University Buckeye Gaming Collective, and what a shock this was. The national champions in the lower bracket. What's going on, Vincent? What happened?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's two sides of this story. The first of which is that anybody can come out and play well on a good day, but Northwood are the other team that we really had high expectations for. The only question mark was, were they as good as we had expected, had seen back a year ago? And the answer is that they were. They caught RIT off guard in that matchup, and you know what? It didn't even look particularly close. They got dominated in that series. It was a 13-5, 13-6 scoreline, and Mirage is one thing, but Overpass is a map that RIT really do perform well on typically, and they got blown away.
Yeah, and whether that has to say more about Northwood rather than RIT, it's something that shouldn't be, and it's something that nobody would have predicted. But going up today against the Ohio State University Buckeye Gaming Collective is maybe where we can see a return to form for this RIT team. But Ohio State University, I mean, this is not a team you want to take lightly. They take Oklahoma Christian to 3 maps. They fall at the finish line. But now in the lower bracket, they have their own chances. They match up against RIT, the previous national championships, and this is a really good chance to prove themselves.
Yeah, I think that this OSU BGC team is a team that coming into this event, I knew about. I had seen them a little bit in NACE last semester, and they looked okay. But I think when I saw them, they were playing against, I think it was UCF that I saw them against, and I just walked away not feeling strongly regardless. A team that has a lot behind them. They have quite a bit of experience, and they've also been playing together for a little bit, but that I didn't have any real expectations for. Now, I think with pushing OC to the limits, now I do have some expectations, and I think that this is a great chance to prove exactly where this team is at, because they haven't had to. That first round matchup, they played against their sister team, their B team, and they were also playing with their coach, so we didn't really get a lot to work from with that. And the OC team, we know how powerful they are. RIT, it's going to be an uphill battle maybe, but I think this is very winnable.
This is definitely going to be a fun match, and we can take a look at where the series is going to take us. If it's in, we ban out Nuke, we get rid of Vertigo. It's taking us to Ancient yet again for the start of today. We go to Anubis for a map number 2 as well. So Ancient and Anubis back to back, and then we ban out Inferno, get rid of Mirage, and we get an overpass for a decider. You have to look at this one, Vincent, and you think, back to the blunders of RIT back against Northwood with overpass as the decider. If this goes all 3, do you still put that in their favor?
Absolutely. I mean, RIT's overpass is really strong, and just because they faltered once, that doesn't change that for me in the slightest. They'll have had time to reset and potentially look at what kind of went down. But the mindset that I got, talking to some of the RIT players, was that they just kind of got bested on the day, was their feeling. Some poor decision making, and that's where Northwood really took advantage of them. So going into a new game, I don't think that anything will change map pool wise or when it comes to their mindset. I want to go back to the earlier stages of this map pool, because Ancient, OSU picked this one out, and it's been good for them. Don't get me wrong, even in fact beating OC on this map, but this is also a pretty strong map for RIT, and I actually think that this is where we're going to see what could be in this series. I know it's the first map, and that isn't always the case, but Ancient could be a very interesting playground, considering both teams have strengths there.
No, and the CS gods have shined their light upon us today, and they don't give us a Mirage, finally, for our first series of the day, Vincent. I am so happy not to see Mirage come out right away. I love it to see a little bit of, a change in dynamic on the series, but seeing Ancient come out right away, I like that. For map number 1, I feel like this is turning into quite the litmus test of a map, and I think you've really touched on the fact that if Ohio State University can come out and perform well, maybe even take down RIT on a map like Ancient, suddenly that opens up a door for them. So hopping into map number 1, we start off with the Ohio State University on the T side of Ancient. RIT looking for a revenge tour back to form. We start on the CT side. Jakey's going to open up the round. Proto with the duelie's not going to be able to get the 2, and as is now going to put some pressure on Uni with just a USP. He steps up. 3 shots, 3 kills for Uni. And that leaves Jax last alive.
Comeback trail there for RIT. Opening pick was fantastic for OSU, but Jax, that's a lot of missed shots. And how is he still alive? He's been allowed to live for far too long.
Not long enough, though, for the Ohio State University to come back from that round. Start off good, Vincent. A 2-for-1 trade through the caves. They reach the site, but not fully clearing out Uni. And we're going to get to look back at some pretty incredible shots here with the USP. Flash runs out, and then he's fully aware of what's coming his way.
RIT also doing a good job of getting back towards the B site really quickly. Aggressive position inside of Cave, allowing for that to be the case with the double setup. Dooley's on Proto. This will be a pretty pure eco round, actually. Not much with regard to investment. And I think this is a good time to mention as well, right? I think some of the heaviest hitters for RIT were a bit missing when it came to the previous series. K2, MJB, some of the most experienced on this roster. Those guys need to have a good game, need to continue, but they're not having a good start. Look at that, both of them gone. Gotta be careful there in Temple. It's always a dangerous position to work from. But should be okay. 1v2 Glock only? Yeah, surely not. Proto walk away with the victory.
Well,
and that's a little bit of a dangerous round. A little scary.
Did the good old muting of my mics, Vincent. I forgot to unmute.
I noticed.
I was casting the rounds. I promise you. I was casting the rounds. Just nobody could hear me. Look at this from K2. I mean, you mentioned how JB and K2 need to perform once again for RIT. Well, they had a chance right there in the second round conversion, and you know, whether or not it's, you know, the Ohio State just coming out well, shooting or hitting their shots with these pistols, but in a round where they definitely should have had their tracks covered, Ohio State University are making it look interesting.
Proto's already got the AWP out.
Wanted to get aggressive here, and I love this out of the Ohio State University, just making it so scrappy at every corner. I mean, still a minute 30 left, and it's already 2v2.
This is a bit of a wild situation. K2's going to have an idea that they could have lurked out onto the site, and that is some great game sense from K2.
But it's not what Ohio State University wanted. The Buckeyes falling short once again, it seems. Jakey gonna have to step up here in the 1v2. Luckily for himself, both members of RIT are extremely separated. The only issue is they're separated on aggressive angles, and K2 is going to be ready for, seems like, anything thrown over towards this B site. Timing be going away from his side here. He's looked away, and Jakey's going to have a chance. Unfortunately, though, K2 watching. Spots the shoulder. Jakey's going to swing it, and he goes for it. 1v1. Proto's here with the up, and beats him out to the site. Ready for anything that comes his way.
RIT with a game plan coming into round 3. The first gun round, you can know how important it is. We talked yesterday, Seymour, about the CT side on this map and how incredibly dominant it can be if you get the utility out early and you have that flexibility. This was RIT trying to flex those muscles a little bit, and it doesn't quite go to plan. Some good answers from OSU, but ultimately, as scary as the 1v1 is, they come away successful.
More scary than a 1v1. It's a Tech 9 rush. Billsy and Swifty gonna open up this round fast. Ohio State, Proto, under pressure, but no worries in the world. Just ready to absorb this aggression and put them in the dirt. 3 standing for RIT, and Ohio State has been whittled down. Nice kill there from Jackson. Actually, Benji's going to be forced off this angle. Jax is hunting him down. Won't hit the shots, though. It is RIT walking away with 2 members alive. 4-0 start to this Ancient.
But OSU aren't in trouble. They were half buying there. That wasn't a full investment. So getting 3 kills, yes, Opry recovered, but a lot of damage. You consider that. The RIT economy, they're still bought down. Everybody's sub 1K with the exception of Uni, who's got a little bit of extra cash. This is just one round victory away for OSU to get this game back in business.
It's a good read from RIT. The B site has been reinforced. Members here from the Ohio State University gonna be testing the waters, and Jax dips his toe in a little bit too deep, and it's going to be an opening pick for RIT's favor.
RIT just making them ask a lot of questions right now. We've seen the first 2 gun rounds. It was a lot of presence towards mid. None here this time, and Jakey, patient as ever.
Went for the clear, but the flash goes a little bit too deep, and Jakey is on such a good angle to put this AWP to use. Is he gonna pre-clear this? No, he knows better. I like this out of MJB. Alongside Benji, it looks like they want to walk right through the smoke, or at least set up for what is on the other side.
There's only one man here.
Top Shadow
Everybody else
not
is
going to be
falling.
ready for this one. Oh, wiped away as soon as the smoke goes down. Jakey's made his way up caves. Swifty's going to push them back. Jakey's got to hit some shots, and he will for the first one. Knows MJP is going to be on site still. The K2 rushing to come back to help. Smoking to block off CT. Swifty clears off the side, and the bomb has reached.
Oh, that's unfortunate for K2, who's looking to deny the plant. It's all up to Proto now.
Smokes are down. Swifty should know that this is going to be a CT take. The timing, though, the timing. Jakey ready for it as ever. So vigilant with this AWP. Not letting go of his angles. That is a lovely round from Jakey, holding on to it from the beginning.
He's just a saving grace in this in so many different ways. Patient, like I mentioned, when it came to that position inside of Cave, just hanging out in Jaguar, and he didn't really have to move. And I think a lot of operas would get a little bit too far forward, would get over aggressive there. But he just waits for them to come to him. And as I mentioned, RIT was just one round that was required for their money to be busted up. They're on a force.
Top Shadow can have some business from the aggression of RIT. It's been snuffed out right away. And a lot of these rounds, I mean, it's very, I guess, leading when you look at the score here, Vincent. 4-1 lead for RIT, but these rounds haven't been so dominant from RIT. The Ohio State University, they've been fighting exceptionally well at the start of this Ancient. They just haven't been stepping over that finish line. They've been falling a little short when it mattered most, and RIT in turn, their economy isn't going to be the prettiest. Neither side is. So these next couple rounds are going to be very important for the Ohio State to possibly tie this back up.
Now, they have a chance here. No reason for RIT to continue force buying. Not after finding themselves in that position. Not actually sure where that Molly was meant to be located. But regardless, it'll just be the single deagle. That's the only upgrade on the back of Uni. Everybody else on USPs. So
peculiar here for K2 to get aggressive, but it's going to pay off. Knife in the back. Surprise, surprise. That's an AK now for K2, and nothing gained from OSU.
And now, I mean, it's the opposite. Everything lost. They have no more control of that area of the map. And look at this bait setup. It's pretty solid. Of course, Top Shadow has an idea, but
this is the good old classic through cave. If Top Shadow doesn't expect that, I'd be surprised, but he's going to spot the legs a little bit too quick to jump down as Proto, and that's going to give up cave control. Walking through Jaguar, Top Shadow leading in. Lovely shot there from Uni, but not going to expect the op from Jakey to be aggressive yet again, Vincent. The A site, or the B site, has fallen. The bomb's ready to go down.
A2's running for the hills. He's got an AK, and that's just fine for him. On the other hand, MJB will stick his nose in here, but probably run into an AWP before long, and there it is. So we got a moment to wait. I don't think there's any world where OSU try and go for this hunt. They are, as you mentioned, not poor, but on the cusp of being so if they throw away too many weapons.
I don't think they're at a point where it's worth it just yet.
No. Especially considering RIT, you know, you take this gun out, they're fine if they lose it. They still have money next round. But you, on the other hand, the long-term health of your economy on the line. And they won't be risking that.
Still early days, Vincent. You don't want to let it go astray here. I mean, K2 literally getting away with murder, knife to the back, but Top Shadow saves the day.
There's a lot of ticks in the chat. I'm wondering if he might have DC'd or something.
Good point. Unfortunate if that is the case, but
It looks like everybody's back, so maybe not. Just
Win.
caught unaware.
I mean, a win is a win in that round, and whether or not it's a DC or not, he's going to be thanking the rest of his team. He's stepped up, especially Top Shadow, but Uni looking to plug the hole that has been Jaguar since the past 3 rounds, and it's an opening, very early kill there. Benji on a little bit of a off angle. Don't expect Top Shadow to be ready for this one, and no, he's not.
That's so much more effective as well from Benji when Uni just rips the head off of the first person that swings around the corner. You're so hyper worried, hyper aware of the angle that you just got killed from that you're never going to be thinking, you know, a guy on top of the box.
How do you claw your way back in this round? If you're the Ohio
He's
State
got to be
University.
careful. You hit a site, you play it together. That's typically the plan of action, and they have grouped up.
Seymour,
I think,
been here.
Does enjoy this area.
This time Uni knows better. Double swing out. Benji's cleared, and Uni wants nothing to do with this one. He knows what's coming his way, so he's just going to force the aggression over towards ramp and remove Jax from the equation. Smoke's going down. Jake, he's going to take a hell of a lot of damage from that HE, and Billy is reeling back, but you look through mid, K2 waiting.
He's hearing him.
Hiding for this one, listening for all the footsteps. Do they clear it? They do not, and K2 lines them both up to put away the round.
Yeah, a little bit of a mistake there from Benji. I don't know if it was the wisest to stick up top there. You know, they spotted you. Probably should fall back and get back in there. But it was good for the 1 frag, and that was the requirement. It also gives them the chance to peek over the top of the boxes there on site in order to check if anybody's trying to creep out on them towards ramp.
For mid, it's K2 again to get a double. Jakey's still fighting for Jaguar control, and it seems like this is going to be a point of contact for the rest of this Ancient, at least for the first half. Proto has made his way over. He should expect that Jakey has got his way through. Learning from his lessons, the slow peek, and Jakey takes the bait.
Oh, Uni's in such a phenomenal spot.
Pay off, though, it does. How do you expect the unexpected?
That little jiggle peek as well from Proto, excuse me. Just so aware. I mean, they know that he likes to be there, Jakey, but pulling the attention away from a guy who could be close ramp. And this is an off angle of all off angles. I mean, if any flash comes over the top.
Oh, Jakey's just a nowhere.
Jakey.
Proto just whipping on the head. Tough shot to hit. That's just down to Proto. Fast comes K2 to help him out, but he's still able to fight this one out. Jakey now, the op. Gonna stick the plant. Both members working together. The smoke's actually gonna give him an exit over towards the caves. They should know this, that they haven't seen the cross, but the smoke has actually blocked off enough, Vincent. There's a potential for a full wrap. Back around.
Oh, that smoke. He's just picked up the smoke, K2. This is what could seal the deal.
Now Jakey gonna struggle with this one. Drops the op, goes for the spam. K2 just a little bit off, but traces it. Listening for exactly where Jakey is. But a heads-up play there from K2 to once again step up big time for RIT.
And that's a round that's winnable if you're playing against anyone else but someone like K2 who just has so much CS experience behind him and knows what to do. Waiting, watching, and looking for the spam before even committing to the first attempt at that defuse. He's really stepped up, as you mentioned. 12-5 for the man on your screen right now. Another buy. OSU, they're not done yet. That bomb plant especially helping them out.
Those 3 rounds, I mean, those 3 rounds from Ohio State were very strong.
They're back. Uni and Benji have another setup, just like we saw before. I don't know if he's on top of the box, but he's wide. It's an ambitious decision, but
Sure.
it's also hard to contend with.
I'm sure that the Buckeyes have noted this one, and if they do want to dance with the devil again, I'm sure they're going to come with a plan.
OSU have been hoping and praying to see RIT play an aggressive maneuver of some sort this round. They don't have the utility for a more defaulty approach, so they're just sitting and waiting. It hasn't really paid off, though.
He's slowly working his way up. Jaguar, he's listening for the rotations, and he's feeding all of this back to the A site. K2 will be ready, and the smoke blocking off A main is going to give him some room to work with. Jakey can open up and kill onto MJB. Off on the side is K2, who is always good for 2. And that's allowed enough for the rotations out. Uni's going to catch the lurk through mid. Proto working his way into Temple. RIT suffocating these members of the Ohio State University on site. And they're not allowing them to set up for a post plant. Top Shadow's going to fight his way out of this one. Benji, the first up to bat. He's going to knock it out of the park. And now it's just down to Billsy. They know exactly where he is with numbers. They're going to swing together and knock it off. Another round for RIT. They move up to 7. They guarantee themselves, Vincent, an advantage after the half.
That's why they call him K2, because he always kills 2. Every single time he's been there to deliver, this time over at the A site. And this is massive because he knows that there's pressure coming from main. It's just a matter of getting the spray before the trade comes in. And so many times, you're just going to get one out of that. He picks up the second. And it keeps RIT alive and strong economically, starts to build a little bit of money too. They're not all that much. It's a different place for aggression. This time it's Proto over at the A site.
They want to take their shots at Benji this time, playing a lot more passive. MJB on the aggression, caught out, looking away from the flash. Swifty's turn now, going to force Benji into the open. Now looking to press on the issue, but unfortunately not going to hit the shots. Uni wipes away the aggression through Cave and knocks the Buckeyes down to just 2 members. Jakey get tagged down to 17 off of that HE, and that's going to put him in some trouble. Smoke back in to force Billsy out to help his teammates, but it's all down to Billsy. 1v3. This time fell short. This time falls short yet again.
Granted, he was put up into a very tough situation, a 1v3 both times. And an RIT, or Surgent RIT, probably one of the best rounds we've seen, most dominant rounds we've seen from them in just a little while, coming out right there. And it starts out with a bit of a frustrating moment for MJB. He's waiting for a flash, and OSU just walk through a smoke. Catch him off, timing. The rest of the defense of the B site did a phenomenal job of holding strong and delaying.
Here we go again. Top Shadow this time gonna actually force K2 out of mid. A lot of passive from RIT. I don't mind this at all. You know, K2, see how he's a force to be reckoned with, but he doesn't have to do it every round. MJB, though, seems like he wants to dance. Walking right through the smoke. Doesn't seem like they're going to be ready for it. The timing has paid off. He slipped right through. Undetected. Only good for the one, but one might be enough. Uni, it's his turn now to see if you can plug the hole once more. The rest fight on site. K2 loses the early fight to Jakey. Uni can re-clear it. Back and forth, 2 versus 3, though. Numbers to the Ohio State as they get the bomb planted. They can get ready for this quick retake that seems like Proto's looking to spearhead through Temple, but they get off site. That's going to make things a lot harder for RIT.
They do have a smoke. RIT still in this. It's all about Proto, though. Needs to start clearing some angles, and he's playing so scared right now. Doesn't have confidence to take these swings, and now spawning a player in main.
Doesn't matter. Proto's still going to fight for it. Smoke down on the bomb. Almost landing the second one to Jax. Uni, he's going to hop it. He has the kit. But Jax, he knows better than that. listens for the tap, knows exactly where to look. He's going to remove him from the round. 8-4 at the end of the first half. The Ohio State University, they trail, but what a back and forth round.
Three things walking out of that half that I'm really interested in continuing to watch. Obviously, Jakey on the AWP. That was phenomenal. He was the best AWP throughout that half, and it wasn't particularly close. The other two things, though, K2 and Uni, so consistent on that B site, was able to really shut down a lot of the aggression and the bigger key, delay things out.
Well, Jakey, takes a dank, but turn to center there onto Benji. He's gonna give up the site, but playing with the numbers for the retake might actually pay off.
They have to maintain control of Donut, though.
Doesn't seem,
and they can't.
Seem like that's going to be too easy, but they have whittled things down into a 3 versus 2. Jakey down to 11 HP. Has to be careful for the fight to come. Just leading in for the information, playing on the front line. MJB going to shut him down, and that's 2 with the dualies. Tucked away. Billsy's got to go deep, and without a kit, it doesn't seem like this round is even possible. RIT, another pistol under their belt. Last time it was Uni. This time MJB comes to play with 2 dualies.
A massive couple of momentum and kills for MJB as well, who really had a struggle of a first half. But the decision-making, team-wise, is fantastic here. Like I said, had to maintain for OSU some positioning inside of Donut in order for that to come away successful. And RIT know those win conditions themselves, taking that space and overwhelming. Now, this is an interesting decision for OSU. Look at Top Shadow. He's got an MP9. He's fully invested into this round. You've heard of the Hero Rifle, but the Hero SMG, that's a little less known.
The Hero Zeus.
Well, that we've all heard of and love.
Do it.
Have everybody here.
Come on, please. He spots him, but the Zeus just barely misses. Uni is going to be thanking the lucky stars after he sees the bolt of electricity. And now they run it full setup into cave. Uni not even going to clear this one. They know as soon as they walk into Donut, they see nobody. It's time to get that bomb down, Vincent.
To be fair, walking into Donut and seeing nobody there and through mid, it is suspicious.
That's a good kill there from Jakey, and they're actually going to be doing quite a bit of damage onto these members, but nothing more than that. Benji's going to be able to recover the AK off the ground. And albeit a Hero MP9, a Zeus into the last rounds, nothing really to write home about.
Yeah, I think they did what they wanted and more with 3 kills. So OSU coming into this next round, though, it's a very important one for 2 reasons. Obviously, RIT starting to close the distance to that key 13. All right, to get that win. But a reset of the econ right now for OSU allows RIT that much closer, and they can't be doing that.
Forced stop, running out is Top Shadow, removed, though, by MJB. Swifty looking to pick up the pieces off the ground, see if you can recover this round yourself, but shots a little bit astray and nothing going the way of Ohio State. Proto has already reached the backside of B as well. This round is done. Billsy left alone yet again in an unwinnable situation, and before you know it, you blink, you miss it. RIT are dominating this map, Vincent. The map pick of the Ohio State University. They wanted to take RIT to Ancient. They had a plan. They figured that if there's any map that was going to play in their favor, it was going to be this one. And oh man, were they wrong. RIT just looks so put together.
I mean, that's why I said when we saw Ancient come out, RIT probably pretty happy about that fact. It may not be their number 1 pick, but it's up there. It's on the top towards their list.
Billsy at least going to make this one expensive. Almost actually the lineup onto both those members, but Uni is going to finish that off. And no rifle carried over for the Buckeyes. So, may go around again. Maybe potential to force up, but I don't expect it.
This plan, this was good idea to get aggressive up through Jaguar and try to find some positioning there. It's a really common way of making life difficult for the T's early in a round, but the problem is you just have to win those engagements, especially when you're putting so much in that area. Got to double up, and it just doesn't work out. Tom Shotto's back. He didn't have enough last round. He wants to try again.
What a shot. Jakey. Jax. Okay.
Yeah.
Do it again. Ah. No fun. What?
JB's giving him a chance to.
Billsy's actually going to be the one to do it. Top Shadow now has an AK, and this round is falling apart.
Okay, this is the big scary moment. Getting this bomb over and across onto the site because Uni has positioning and can smoke off cave. It's a little deep. Uni's got to watch.
Shadow's just going to walk on through. The bomb's going down. Proto misses the no-scope, and Top Shadow has a real chance to put this one away. Proto has backed up into the cave. HE can open this one up. Spots him out, but won't be able to get the shot off. And an incredible round from the Ohio State University Buckeye Gaming Collectives. We're able to stay alive with 2 members, recover an AWP, a little bit of util, and an AK as well, Vincent.
Deagles, they are dangerous, and Ohio State showing us exactly why. This was Jakey and Jax, consistent as ever. And they thought they had a little bit more space to work with. They didn't know that the player up in cave could be so close. Knew that he could be there, but clearly had no expectation of them to be swinging through a smoke. This is going to be fast. RIT, they're headed out to B, and they got Molly's to contend with.
Half rounds to give away as well, so why not? Just run on in. Top Shadow looking for 3, but only going to be able to.
That's who.
2 there. Jakey comes to the rescue to put away another.
I think his domain is simply cave.
Really feels comfortable in this spot. They have trapped RIT on site. Both members going to be playing around the pillar. Benji with the Galil. MJP with an AK swinging around his Billsy. Finally going to get the better of that one, and Jack's not going to give up his life. So a lovely retake from the Buckeyes. 3 stay alive and continue to slowly climb their way back into this one, Vincent. Now, when you look at the scoreline, 11-6, and you think about what needs to be done for the Buckeyes to bring this one back, you turn the tides here on Ancient. Where does it begin?
Well, I mean, it's already begun. Now, where do they come in at maybe the possibility of the comeback? Well, honestly, I think they need to get up to 10. So they still got a long road. That road, though, is currently paved with only pistols.
That's all you need, though. Saw it before, and seems like we're going to see it again. MJP lines up, too, with the Tech 9. He's just running it down, and he has fallen. 3 members left. M4 picked up, Vincent, and now 2 M4s.
OSU have a really tough decision to make. They don't really have a ton of money, and only Jakey has not max, but has a bunch of cash. Jax is kind of close, but in order to get a really good gun round with all the utility, which you really, really need on this map, then a save is what is required. Not to mention how far away they were with any utility that was left for RIT. This one was a tough decision. I think it's understandable. OSU going for this save, and respectable as well that they're willing to go up against a 12 rounds that RIT have. Right, they're going to be playing on map point. They know it'll be overtime required. A lot of teams will say we don't play for overtime, and well, this team is willing to, and I love that.
You know what needs to be done, Vincent? It's a difficult concept to grab, but
look, they got everything. Like maximum utility in this round.
It's not now, it's never. As a great Canadian once said, never say never.
I'm not even going to ask about the greatness.
On an angle, Jakey. Do they expect this one with the op? No, they don't. K2 walks out, and what a big kill. Drops Molly at the feet, but Benji does not waver at all. He walks on through the fire and tears him through the flames.
MJB, he had alert timing out towards B, but they've gotten away. No bomb yet planted, and that's because, oh, Benji, that's massive.
Gotta be careful not to lose anything more, because Swifty is on the case. He's already trekked his way through Temple, but MJB's gone unaware, and he's gonna remove the player from Donut. The lurk has paid off, and it's all down to Top Shadow to keep this one alive. 1v3 on the cards. Kit on the back pocket. The world to take down right now, and he's already got through 2. All it's up to is MJB, who is all the way back behind Donut, and he is playing with his food right now. He's playing the clock to perfection. Top Shadow sticking it out, but it won't matter. RIT, they're taken to Ancient, and they're happy to play here.
That they are. Some big moments across the board. I think for RIT, you have to put a pin in the OSU discussion because, man, K2, keep him alive in that first half. He was so incredible. And then I think in the clutches in the second half, that's where RIT were unstoppable. Anytime they were in like a 2v2, that type of scenario, they were the ones coming away with the victory more often than not.
Yeah, and you know, I'm not going to sit here and say that it was a real one-sided affair. I just think that when it comes down to the end game in a lot of these rounds, you have these individuals of RIT who can get the job done and, you know, put together a couple multi-kills to really push the Ohio State over the edge. But the Buckeyes, they put up one hell of a fight, Vincent, throughout that game. There was a lot of rounds that came down to the wire, a lot of 1v1s, a lot of 1v2s, and you run this back again, who knows what a lot of these rounds look like. But for RIT, who came off of a 2-0 loss to Northwood, wished they played better, this is a good step in the right direction.
It is. I will say there's still some concerns. I'll get into that before we jump towards Anubis, but just overall on Ancient, there was a lot to like from Ohio State. Again, this isn't a team I've seen a ton of, just seen a couple of games from them, but the way that they were approaching those retakes, their decision making, and the macro whenever it came to when they were making those decisions team wise, they were all really good, and they were putting together a lot of moments where they could have come over the line, but it was RIT that came away victorious instead. And I think a lot of that had to do, like I was saying, with some of the clutch factor and some of the individuals.
Yeah, and you know, one thing that really impressed me too from the Ohio State, you know, on top of all of that is, you know, you can really see why they pushed Oklahoma Christian to the edge. This team, like you said, really well put together, but behind the AWP of Jakey, so many pop-off moments from Jakey, and, you know, you had some, I guess, inklings of a moment from players like Top Shadow, Swifty, Jax. You know, Billsy was put in a lot of unwinnable scenarios. Would have liked to see some more of him in the early rounds, but Jakey, more often than not, he was involved, and he was really putting out the most with this op, and I'd like to see that carry over into Anubis as well.
I do too. I think Jakey was a really bright spot for OSU, but you know, looking back at these replays as well, I think that K2 on the CT side for RIT, how many rounds did you think he won on his own? Like, it was like 4, maybe,
at least 3 or 4
more. Yeah, like that. You know, if you can put K2 in a box and then throw that box away, then maybe it's a different story, right? And that, I think, is got to be priority number 1, continuing to see what we saw for Jakey and then figuring out a way to stop K2 towards that second map.
Yeah, man, it's not going to be easy. You know, we're sitting here, we're theorizing on all of this one. It won't be easy for the Ohio State University, but I think the Buckeyes knew that going into this matchup. As you push further and further into this Rally Cry Collegiate Series event, you can see that the bracket is scary, even in the lower bracket. I mean, you have Fisher down here, you have RIT down here, Oklahoma Christian. So, you know, eventually you're going to have to get some revenge against the team that has really, I guess, taken you down in the past. But for the Ohio State University Buckeye Gaming Collective, you can start to see that this team is making strides in the right direction, Vincent. And within this game, you fall short, but there are stuff you can pick apart when you go back and look at this map. And heading in towards Ancient, it's not going to be a very easy game, but again, you can trust in Jakey to put up numbers like this.
Yeah, and if that continues, then any game is winnable. I mean, you just kind of look at the matchup, right, with Proto especially. Proto had some opportunities that he missed out on, but even though we didn't get the head-to-head, you just see the difference in the impact that we were seeing. And you think about a map like Anubis, that's a very AWP heavy map, especially on the CT side. So I'm really excited to see what OSU can bring to the table, but RIT looking.
We're going to have to wait and see a little bit. We're going to head to a quick break here on the desk. When we come back, Anubis will be ready. And I'm excited to see the outcome. Can the Buckeyes take us to a map number 3? You're just going to have to wait and see. We'll see you on the other side with some more Counter-Strike.
We get how uncertain the future is. We've come of age in a complex world, face to face with problems we didn't create. So what's gonna happen next? We are. Because our future is the future. The life we have chosen has prepared us for this. So we're going to build bridges and hospitals in a day. We're gonna save families from disasters and feed those left in the cold. We're going to do all this and more because we have an appointment with destiny. We invite you to join us. The next greatest generation is now.
Welcome back, all you Collegiate Counter-Strike fans. We're back with our first match of the series. We got the Ohio State University going up against RIT Orange. And Vincent, after map number 1, we're showing what we got from RIT. They come out after, feeling a little bit pressured of their loss from Northwood. And so far, it looks like they're taking the steps in the right direction. But even watching that Agent doesn't feel like they're playing at their best. It still feels like they have room to grow.
Yeah, I think that we saw a great version of RIT, especially some of the individuals. I talked a lot about K2, but I think it's important to mention Uni as well. He stepped up a lot, and I, where there maybe is still some space to work with here for RIT is MJB was very quiet in the first half, really brought it back towards the end, and actually had some really high impact moments in clutches, which is why I mentioned that as a key factor for that ancient win. But if MJB were to step up a little bit more onto Anubis, I think that's why I'm a little bit concerned that OSU have just lost their map pick.
Yeah, and it's going to get harder and harder the more you look down this series with Overpass as the decider. If you do go to a game 3, I think the Buckeyes are going to have to go above and beyond to take down these Tigers. And you make a great point in saying that, if everybody comes alive and starts to activate here for RIT, it might already be over for the squad. But we did put a lot of highlight for the Buckeyes before the break, and we were talking up a few members who could get that done. When you're looking at Anubis as, an objectively, T-sided map, there are still ways for, the side of the CT to still pop off. And you look towards Jakey with that AWP to possibly be that form of success for the Ohio State University. And, OSU, they're starting on the CT side, so I'm going to have my eyes out for Jakey to see if he still performs.
I'm so glad you brought up the op, especially on Anubis and with regard to the CT side, because there is sort of two ways the CT side can go. It is a T-sided map, and that's where sometimes you find some struggles. It can be difficult to retake at times on Anubis, so you find yourself in these save situations very often. One of the ways that you can make it a lot more tough to actually take the site is that AWP. Often you see a double op as well on the CT side, so I'm excited to see more of that, considering that fact.
Let's see if it comes into play. RIT starting off the T side. OSU, the CT side. Anubis map 2. Ohio State looking for their revenge. Proto leading the charge with Uni. To look to head over towards A. Billsy going to be hiding in and amongst the smoke. Swifty looking to give up the site, seeing if they can pressure out these players and hope to find these kills. But Benji and Uni, what an incredible force. They push on through.
They've got all of CT as well at this point. And MJB is locking down the flank. There's nobody in that direction. All three of the CTs come in the same angle.
Going to be an easy retake. Very two-dimensional. Just got to walk out and hit your shots, and that's a good start. 3v3. A lot of damage done. Top Shadow, though, fighting back. Benji playing from heaven. Swings it around, puts it away. 4 kills from Benji in round 1. RIT start off with the pistol.
That's incredibly good to see. Benji coming in basically just smacking OSU right in the mouth in that pistol round and continued to W key even up into CT. It's exactly the type of aggression that can be difficult to contend with, and especially when you got a Glock running at you. Benji hitting shots like that, it'll be an instant tactical timeout, which is a little bit of an interesting decision. That suggests to me maybe OSU want to go for a force buy here on the CT side. Not something we've seen very often
from the CTs,
at least not throughout this event. But yeah,
maybe
we saw what their Deagles could do. To be fair,
I was about to touch into. I mean, Jakey and Jax both together have been putting up numerous kills with the Deagles. Maybe they just want to talk over potential for the second round to see if they can, shut down the conversion and bring it back. And you do see a Deagle in the hand of Swifty, 5-7 for Top Shadow and USP for Billsy. So not sure what the idea is yet.
Yeah, no force buy, but I don't ever think it's a bad idea to use a timeout, to be honest. Like, there is better and worse times, but getting a moment to talk things out or just settle back in, never bad. It could just been somebody spilled some water, you never know.
Only the players really truly know. We're just here to tell their story.
Right now, their story involves a lot of blood, at least the OSU squad walking in with just about nothing, and they get nothing for their trouble.
See the way that they play that, too, for RIT. Just it's very together, expecting something to come out of that timeout. I think they had the right read off the aggression.
I agree. Yeah, walking into this, they were a bit tentative, which honestly is a good thing to be on an anti-eco. Tends to be the case. You don't want to walk into a stack or anything like that. But speaking of AWPs, there won't be one into this round considering their money situation. A pretty one-sided look from RIT to start things out. All of them set and ready right in front of the steps there towards Canal, and they'll just walk their way up to Top Shadow's position in E-Box.
Like it's going to be a split to B. Majority through E-Box. Top Shadow has the most to do, and nobody is going to be expecting it. Shoulder to shoulder with Uni and Proto. And he's going to put them to rest. Benji forcing his way back onto site, though, and this is a 2v2.
Benji's on 10 frags. That's an important second one to pick up.
Smoke is going to make things hard for Jakey. Benji is unstoppable. 11 out of Benji. He's looking for everything. The ace on the cards.
Give it. Let him have it.
MJB just waiting for support, and now they know where Billsy is. Benji, I'm sure calling for MJB to just let him have it, but it's got to be MJB to clutch it up. Billsy finally going to get the better of Benji. Just won't get the round at the end, Vincent.
You know, what's a little friendly body spraying from MJB over to Benji? Kind of tells you the attitude right now within the team, to be honest. All of them having fun and really enjoying what was some phenomenal early rounds from Benji. 11 out of the first 3. We saw the quad on the pistol round. That was impressive enough, but, well, every single time, even with low HP, he was still delivering when it came down to the B site, one by one.
Ohio State have been silenced so far at the start of Anubis. Almost similar to what we saw at Ancient. It was 4 rounds in a row for RIT before the Buckeyes really got the ball rolling. Seems like we're walking the similar path here. Proto just going to give up mid. So, the right time, Swifty can walk on through. Jax almost may have had a chance there on Benji, but everybody is falling off from RIT. It seems like that was the bomb down, so they got to go recover it.
Look at Proto, just ready and waiting. Ooh, missed shot, though.
Missed it twice, though.
It's the easy one and hit the hard one. It is that same exact road. And do you see what I see, Seymour?
I see Jakey finally bringing out the big green. And not only that, a double up setup.
We're twins!
Congratulations.
This is exactly what I was thinking the CT side could be pulling out. And it's so very effective here. It'd be difficult to contend with for the T's. But Proto, he's done it.
Proto is shut down the first 8 up. Top Shadow's going to recover it through E-Box. Shaky next up. Really good on these aggressive angles. Unbeatable in the moments. And they bring back the Buckeyes for a time being.
There's really no expectation of that second player swinging in from E-Box. There's no real choice in the matter now for RIT. They're going to go towards the A site. They've got a smoke for heaven.
He's going to know Bills. He should be close up that Molotov, and he's not going to leave him standing for long. The expectation that Jakey's waiting through mid. Benji's knowing everything that's on the map. Giving his team a chance at a round win. Proto, a lot of damage taken from that HE, and K2 not going to be expecting Top Shadow, just lurking in the smoke. Over towards the op is going to miss, but Swifty there to clean up the rest. And the Buckeyes, they finally get one on the board here on Anubis, Vincent. It's down to the ops really stepping up in times.
RIT did a great job of making that round winnable, though, despite going down towards the mid round. But impressive performances there. Top Shadow and Swifty, especially. Swifty getting the key frag onto Benji and cutting it down to the 2-on-2. Unless you taking that first round. That's sometimes the toughest one to pick up. And here's the biggest thing. They maintain the double AWP. They maintain that cash flow. Pick them back up after the win.
Is he going to be ready? He has Jakey on his wing. He goes back in for more. Bites off a little bit more than he could chew. Jakey's going to give up that angle.
RIT are pumping the brakes. They're not fully committing to this, though the full rotation has come in for OSU. They are relatively committed towards A for the moment, but RIT patient as ever. I'm making a commitment here.
So much
And
time.
it's starting to beg the question, where the heck are RIT?
Jax found him. Gave him a hide and seek, but Jax is not afraid to be the seeker in this scenario. Smoke. Allow for a safe plant. Jax, Molotov, going to be doused by the flames. HE's going to be in. Swifty waiting for a chance to strike, but the smoke is going to make it hard. Now Top Shadow's lost, and you don't have a player lurking. Benji tucked away, anticipating the walk through the smoke. It's all down to Jax here with the op. He's going to be forced out into the open, and Proto's going to get his op back from a few rounds ago.
Proto and Benji in the 2-on-3. That key smoke and a missed Molotov as well. This was a really strong setup to start things out, though. And Jakey, if he gets that kill, it's round over. But again, it's Benji consistently performing for RIT right now. I mean, this is just I want to really hammer home, Seymour, how absurd Benji's scoreline is. This is crazy numbers.
Benji's having himself a time. Almost bulletproof, it seems.
Proto's doing much the same. He's, I'd say, has the better of the AWP of anyone in the server right now. Granted, OSU have only had a couple of chances, so he's playing with house money, but still.
The thing is, even when they do bring out the op, I feel like Jakey, you're starting to notice that he excels with the element of surprise. And on Anubis, there's only so many angles that you can kind of do that with. And if he's not staying dynamic, if he's not changing it up, Proto's the type of player who he's going to start reading it and expecting these angles. I don't think Jakey's going to get away with it like he could on Ancient.
It's hard. I don't know. I don't know what the solution is right now for OSU. They need to potentially play a little bit more aggressive, but they tried that last round, and even when they got the advantage, I say last gun round, even when they got the advantage there in A main, they still didn't win the round thanks to the 2-on-3.
Wish you could get that one back if you're the Buckeyes. Gotta forget about it. Move on. Back into the double up setup. Hawk in the hand of Top Shadow. Call of Duty gun.
You would know, to be fair. We just call that a gun with a scope.
It was once upon a time.
Once upon a time last week.
Once upon a time a few years ago.
This is really slow from RIT, especially compared to what we've seen before. But I think they're searching for OSU to make an adjustment, right? Trying to find out like who's there. MJB's tucked in a great spot as well. So this A hit, when it comes in, which it will, potentially fantastic for MJB to cut off rotates.
Unlike in the past, Buckeyes have done a good job at not giving anything up early. So we'll be at full force for this defensive setup. Swifty just trying to hold his life. Unfortunately, not going to be able to get anything out of it. Billsy will get one, but immediately refragged. And here's where you call in for MJB to watch the rotation through mid. It seems like Jakey has an idea that the lurk is in play, but he's looked away, and that's going to give MJB the timing. Takes down Jakey. Jax now looking to retake with Top Shadow, who is recovered in 8K, but it's a 2v3. MJB going to be watched. Tucks underneath the crosshair. MJB, he's unstoppable.
You just needed the zoom banger. Sometimes that's all you need to pick it up. And he does. Massive moment. Round from MJB. and one we've been sort of waiting for a little bit. Picking up a double kill there. This was a great execute as well, though, for RIT. You saw the layering of flashbangs, keeping everybody blind, and so the player on the site realistically has one opportunity to take a fight, and if he loses it, it's sort of over.
The damage there from Jakey on a proto. Bold fight to take. On these one-shot angles with these deagles, RIT are starting to catch on. Yudi looking to accept the aggression. Unfortunately, only going to get the one kill, and that's going to be an AK for Top Shadow. Tossed over towards Jax. Billsy, no way. No way he's walked on through. How has this turned around? K2 has eyes on the back of his head, Vincent. He just knows.
That's what we in the business call unluckers. Flash comes in at just the worst time. I don't know what that flash was for, but it wasn't for him.
What gets him to turn around there?
Well, the fact that nobody was watching the flank, that is what it is. But man, the flashbang is so crazy.
Billsy definitely gonna be frustrated after that one. That is a desk hit moment if I've ever seen it. Now we go over towards A. MJB ready for the close setup from Top Shadow. Easily dispatched up by 2. All down to Jax with an AK picked up from earlier on. Anything to get done with it. So far, just the 1 kill. Proto's going to leave it at that. 8 rounds for RIT. You'd see why they wanted to go to Anubis, Vincent. They look impregnable on this map.
Yeah, this has been a map that RIT have had in their back pocket for a really long time. And last year, nobody would play Anubis. And they've been cooking for a while.
Let's see how far they can push this T side, how far they can shut down the Buckeyes. Seem to be quite vulnerable here in the CT half. Og is back out, only with the single op this time. Jakey holding it through mid. Nobody giving him the time of day.
This is a valiant stack. You don't see this that often anymore. It's really consistent early on in Anubis.
Looks like it's going to be at least good for a couple trades, but Proto, and how good has he been so far? K2 is going to watch the flank as well as Swifty. Into the same demise as Billsy just last round, and Jakey still has yet to be known with his op. Proto watching for the aggression from the CT spawn. Jakey beats him out, something we haven't seen too much just yet this map. It's going to give a chance back to the Buckeyes to maybe clutch up, but K2's still alive, and what do you know? It's a double kill.
Proto and Benji, though. My goodness, these guys. Proto, unstoppable right now in the AWP. Finally felled for what feels like the first time in an actual op tool. And then K2 hasn't been a requirement, but that's thanks to Benji. He comes back with a vengeance of his own. It's getting dire.
We're hoping that this is one hell of a T side if you're the Ohio State University. Not only that, possibility to end on a high note here. Proto going to be shut down from water. Top Shadow shoots him in the side, and he now looking to turn the tides of battle. He's snuck through an A on B, and there's the opening that you've been waiting for. MJB turns things into a 1 versus 2, and now they're collapsing. Billsy all alone. MGB with the anticipation of the aggression, like always, ready for the fight and ready for the win.
Now, they had dropped the bomb there. That's really the only place that OSU had any business being. With some thought that maybe there was a mid player looking through the window, but no, not going to happen. Benji does it again, providing an opening – alongside Proto's AWP, it's K2 on a P90. for the final round of the half. And they are sending it out A.
Swifty to go big in this moment. The spray down, and it's Proto with the op to take the fight against the M4. K2 is bringing a P90 into this round, Vincent.
I mean, he did swap it over after the 3-on-3. And MJB is lurking, but he's gone down. This is now far better for OSU than it was before.
Seen it fall apart, and it looks like it's doing that again. Proto ready for the play. The op shot a little too early, flashed out, and Jax is going to be able to clear it. 1v2 for K2. Can he do it again? Put in the 2 in K2. Jakey not going to allow it this time. An easy cleanup there for the win of the round. The second from the Ohio State University. At least finishing this half with 2.
Yeah, but it almost doesn't feel as good because RIT, they were being a little silly that round. They played really aggressive, and even in the clutch there, you saw K2 playing with some incredible confidence that really didn't warrant the situation, but certainly warrant the scoreline. Not to mention, I know we can't see it anymore, but 16 and 17 frags for Proto and for Benji. They are usually not the guys you're going to see at those numbers in a half. And I mean, it's phenomenal to see Benji especially picking that up. He was in a one-man army for the entirety of the first 5 rounds.
How do they draw this one back? It's going to take opposing willpower. And a pistol round, of course. So far, so good, Vincent. I mean, they've taken 0 damage. K2, quick in the flank. Not even hitting the shots that he's needed to. Jack's at range, putting K2 to rest. It's all down to MJB in a 1v5 now. 1v4. USP. Best pistol you can have in that scenario to possibly get it done. But Swifty ducks underneath the crosshair and starts off this round with a chance. Thrown into the water.
Yeah, there it is, right? You know, there's still a long way to go, but hey, a pistol round this dominant, I don't think that changes anything for RIT, but it should be a bit of a wake-up call that, you know, at the moment they're playing. You saw the angle Benji was on. That was an angle where you either hit the shot or you're insta-dead. And Benji is playing as if he's going to hit the shot every time. Fair enough. Maybe that round will tell RIT that they gotta show a little bit more respect.
Oh, Benji looking to be run over. Pilsy gets the trade of his teammate, and MJB's gonna make him have a little bit of trouble too. Steal a deagle as well for both Proto and Uni.
You could tell that Benji was looking to be run over there. I didn't know you had that knowledge.
I am the all-knowing.
I mean, you can see through walls. You are pretty powerful. I'll give you that. Oh, K2's found an AK.
K2 has found an AK. And this is becoming quite expensive for Buckeyes. Jakey just looking to escape unscathed. Oh, Proto says not today. That is not how you wish that round went.
All but one player go down for the Buckeyes, and well, guess it is fair. You put the Tigers in position to take a couple of weapons, and they will pounce. So this is really not a bonus round. This is a full investment from OSU.
Jakey's gonna get caught out in a fight against Benji. That's still going to turn the tides for the Ohio State. Swifty posturing over towards B here. Top Shadow is going to be spotted and removed into a 4v4v go with the rifle. Shaky's got to be careful for this one. Proto, he wants to answer this one. And
oh, he's hearing the timing.
this is hauled down to K2 with the MAC-10, listening, waiting for them. A low HP Jakey swept under the rug, and things falling apart for the Buckeyes in round 15 of Anubis.
And cash isn't the #1 priority for RIT, but that's $1,800. Back pocket.
Proto's gonna make this worse, too. Escapes with 12 HP, now looking to run away from Swifty as well. Calling for all the assistance, but it's not needed. Proto and Benji, what a series from the two of them so far. I mean, they can do no wrong.
This map, they certainly can't. K2 jumping in as well. Picks up a triple kill. The Mac 10. And what's you put back into this horrible decision-making spot where do you save, do you buy, and play for OT? A longer way to go, and they go for the buy.
It's got to be a big comeback from the Buckeyes, but, I mean, you look at this from Rochester, and you have to think that they showed up today. They had an idea, and they have been putting that idea to the works from start to finish. And they have not slowed down at all. Benji on the pillar, 4 members on the side flashed out. They all are just waiting there in the open. Benji's good for 2, and Proto's gonna get the rest.
That's incredible. That dynamic duo that we've been talking about the entirety of Anubis coming back in the A site to stop the push. The flashbang coming in as well, serving them up on a silver platter to Benji. I think 4 players are blind off the back of it. It was a force buy last round. It's another one this round. There's only one positive to talk about there for it, and it's the single rifle in the hands of Top Shadow.
Again, just changing things up. Shaky quickly going to trade it out and deprive now Rochester of that AWP. But is it going to be enough? It doesn't seem like that. Benji through mid. An unstoppable force for Rochester Institute. 13-4 on Anubis. A 2-0 versus the highest state. They move forward in the lower bracket, and they never looked back.
I mean, what more is there to say about Anubis other than just the Benji and Proto show? They came to town, and it was a jaw-dropping performance.
You know, it doesn't get better than that for RIT, Vincent. You know, coming off of a loss from Northwood, I'm sure you're going to be frustrated. Speaking to even their IGL MJB, it's not the way that they wanted to perform back in the winners bracket. They had a little bit of a chip on their shoulder, and I think the Buckeyes just unfortunately had the unfortunate draw of matching up against a team who wanted to work their way back into this lower bracket and do it without really making any mistakes. And going up against RIT today did not seem like it was going to be easy for anybody.
No, I think there is a world where that is a lot closer of a game. You know, if we don't see some of the individuals have such an incredible performance. But the reality is that it was going to be a tough battle regardless of the situation. And the situation was basically the worst it could have been for the Buckeyes tonight. I think they came into this one, and I thought maybe they had some chances. All ideas of that fell away after watching the first 5 rounds of Benji.
Yeah, and I mean, back on Ancient, it was Uni and K2. Uni starts off Ancient with a three-piece with the USB. And we start off map number 2, Anubis, with Benji getting a 4K. And that didn't stop there. 11-0 start from Benji. In this round in particular, it's finally where they shut him down 3 rounds in, and that's the first death that Benji gets. But it's not where the dominance stops. It doesn't slow down at all. Benji keeps on going, keeps on hammering down these rounds. And at the end of this series, you know, it's all said and done. I mean, the Buckeyes, they're walking away from it battered, bruised.
Yeah, and unfortunately, they're walking away in this Rally Cry tournament, considering this is the lower bracket. That's, I think, what's so devastating for them. They go out not with a fight, you know, something to be proud of, more of a whimper, unfortunately.
We talked about before this map started, the AWP duel. how good Jakey was on Ancient, how much of a chance the Buckeyes were given because of that. And the idea that moving over to Anubis, that might still be an important talking point. Well, Proto makes it a null factor. All throughout this map, Proto was entering with this AWP, turning rounds around, and clutching up when you need him to. That one shot right there, that Jakey one, is the only up fight that Proto lost all throughout Anubis. A 10-2 half and two members who are putting up just insurmountable numbers for RIT.
It does put it into perspective, right? How Ancient was so entirely undefended when it came to the AWP for RIT, and then when Protos come out to play, yeah, a performance you really can't expect. We find Jakey, unfortunately, just that non-factor, but I think everybody for OSU was in that same boat. It wasn't one player having a bad match. It was everybody for RIT stepping up and finding impact no matter who you were.
Yeah.
I mean, look at this, 23-8 there for Proto, who apparently has a better KD at the end of the day. But Benji, the impact was felt. You can't go, I mean, he walked in the first 5 rounds and he started out like 14-1. That's how incredible it was for him.
It doesn't take anything away from Benji for the performance that he had on. He's just a little bit more involved with the frontline battles. Proto able to play safer with that op, and in turn, those 23 kills, 8 deaths. It was a very safe, very secure game for Proto, and a matchup for RIT that you were hoping for going into today. I mentioned to you as we kind of were sitting in the green room trying to plot the story of RIT and saying, does this need to be a very, I guess, secure, very dominant win for RIT? Well, it doesn't matter at this point. It is a dominant win, and heading into the rest of the lower bracket, I think that this is going to propel them even higher now.
Yeah, I think that this was an RIT team we had a high expectation for. They come in as NACE champions as well off the back of last semester. They do everything right initially, and they run into a Northwood buzzsaw. And now they have the entire lower bracket ahead of them. I think that they absolutely had something to prove today.
And they're stitching themselves up one step at a time, Vincent. So it's a big win for RIT to move forward. I'm pretty sure facing Fisher College up next, another tough matchup that they're going to have to walk into. But for what is up next here on stream, we got Matthew McConaughey Fan Club versus the NCSU Wolfpack taking the stage once again. Very excited. We'll touch on it after this break. We'll see you soon with some more Counter-Strike.
I wait tables, but last week I built a field hospital.
I stopped 1,000 attackers.
And a natural disaster.
Well, I go to school full-time.
While I work full-time.
The greater the challenge, the stronger we become.
Our generation isn't turning away from the world's problems. Watch us fly ahead, rise to every challenge, and overcome anything. Watch us become the next greatest generation.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Rally Cry Collegiate Series presented by the Army National Guard. My name is Seymour. With me is Vincent. We just got through our first match of the day. RIT showing up, showing out a 2-0 swift over the Buckeyes of the Ohio State University. And now we're heading into our second match of the day. We're heading in with the North Carolina State University Wolfpack heading up against the University of Texas in Austin, aka Matthew McConaughey Fan Club. Vincent, we can take a look at our bracket. It's going to be down into the lower bottom left, and they are going to be playing for a chance to match up against Oklahoma Christian University.
Yeah, and I think this is such an interesting matchup for two reasons. The first of which is that I think we really enjoyed watching NCSU back in day one of this event, where they came out swinging. They're a team with a lot of experience together. They've been playing together both in the collegiate space and outside of it. And I talked about one of the things that I think is really cool about this team is that fact that they are consistently playing Counter-Strike together. And I think that really does build a strong team dynamic. And I think we saw that shine in their first series.
So taking a look at these rosters of these two, the University of Texas at Austin on the left, Matthew McConaughey Fan Club. I love that name. Big fan of Matthew McConaughey myself, but I'm also a big fan, like Vincent was alluding to our North Carolina State Wolfpack. And, you know, a lot like Vincent, I'm also impressed with what they were bringing. I'm not surprised to see them in the lower bracket when we did take a look at the bracket matched up against the Fisher Falcons. Not an easy matchup to take for anybody, as we saw yesterday on stream, Vincent. But I'm sure that NC State are going to be looking for a chance to maybe turn things around today, maybe find a little bit of resurgence back in towards this tournament. And a win versus Matthew McConaughey Fan Club is going to feel good nonetheless. You can say that vice versa as well, as, you know, looking ahead towards this series, we got ourselves quite an interesting map set as well. We switch it over and we get to see Overpass, Anubis, and a Vertigo Decider.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Overpass already from the Wolfpack. They look good on their Overpass back in that day one matchup. Man, Anubis has just been such an exciting game to watch throughout today. We continue to get to see that. I'll be honest, expectations-wise, I don't really know what I'm looking at for this UT Austin team. But with Vertigo, our decider, there is a lot of question marks if we get that far. Because honestly, there's expectations with regard to some high level of experience for UT Austin in comparison to NCSU, like just in general. But we've already talked about how long this North Carolina team has played together. So I think once we get to Vertigo, all bets are off.
I think starting off with an Overpass, you couldn't ask for a better map for our veto pool for this Wolfpack. They went up against Brock University on this map pick, Vincent, and it was, albeit a close match, but it was a win for them. They beat them out 13-11. It goes almost to an overtime, but they went out in the end. And they can look back at that series. They can look back at, you know, what went wrong, what needs to change. I'm sure, you know, a team of this caliber who's played together, not afraid of telling each other, you know, what they think can improve. So heading into this Overpass, we're quite keen on seeing these changes that might be coming out from the Wolfpack. And I think I'm in the same realm of idea for UT Austin, and I'm not really sure what to expect for them heading into Overpass. But the fact that they want to go to Anubis, I think that's going to lead for a whole lot of excitement.
Yeah, I think there's a couple of individuals that there's a lot of pressure on. Like Kingsley in particular is one of the more experienced players for UT Austin, but Ray has been a part of this roster for as long as I've been casting it, and that was all the way back in like 2020 when I first dipped my toes into collegiate Counter-Strike. So there's a lot of interesting storylines coming into this one. I do think if we're being honest, this should on paper be a bit of an uphill battle for NCSU, but not by some incredibly wide margin. Not like we just saw with RIT.
No, not at all. I mean, that was just different. Seeing the way that RIT was playing it, they said that, you know what Northwood did to us, we're gonna do to you, and there's nothing you can do about it. And I think I'm in the same idea for you. So heading into this Overpass, if you're a team like Matthew McConaughey Fan Club, you're UT Austin looking at this one, what is your idea going to Overpass to start off on the CT side?
You know, it's kind of interesting because we haven't actually seen a lot of Overpass, so I don't know what the approach is necessarily for UT Austin, but on the CT side, as a general rule, you want to be able to take early, not necessarily fights, but early aggression. It's okay if you don't have to take a fight to do so, but getting map control on the CT side, especially towards the A site, is really important. You need to set a tone that the T's have to fight for that control. They need to be in a position where nothing is given over for free, or at least not in the heads of the T side.
I mean, I feel like that's a general rule of thumb for a lot of Counter-Strike. You don't want to give it away for free, Vincent, but
True.
You're right to really kind of emphasize that for a map like Overpass, where things can, really fall out of the wayside very quickly in a lot of these rounds. So I think that NCSU coming out to this map, I think one thing was apparent from them is that they have a very strong will to adapt to Brock. We saw a lot of retake success from them back on that map, if my memory's serving me right here, Vincent. And I think that's going to be such a big factor when you look at a map like Overpass for NCSU. If you're looking for an edge over anybody, if you're looking for a step above for a map like Overpass, being comfortable with the CT side to retake it is so important.
That's true, but to be fair, listen, you do have old man memory, so how reliable is that? But I think you might be right this time. Walking into that series against Brock, I think we hadn't really seen what North Carolina State had to offer, and I think that series in particular gave us an opportunity to really see their strengths shine. And I am a little bit concerned that this one might be a bit different, where we saw the strengths of NCSU before. We might have some weaknesses show their ugly faces as well, especially since they are down here alongside UT Austin. And granted, UT Austin also just beat Drexel in the previous round, so I'd say both a tough matchup, but I think Drexel probably a bit of a tougher opponent than what NCSU had to face.
Yeah, no, I can totally agree with you. I think, going all three maps versus MSU, MSU have been proven to really fight close to a lot of these teams, but that's going to be a little bit of an issue, I think, for NCSU looking ahead, quite like RT, that you want to maybe make these a little bit cleaner against these teams as you're kind of looking towards playing OC Esports up next, possibly Fisher or IT after that. It's only going to get more difficult, and you want to make sure that you're not scraping the bottom of the barrel, having that Counter-Strike fatigue in a lot of these matches, Vincent, because it is going to be extremely hard to climb this mountain from the lower bracket with how we've seen so far. A lot of competition here in the Rally Cry Collegiate Series, and it doesn't stop just yet. Matthew McConaughey fan club taking the stage for the first time against our Wolf Pack at North Carolina State. We're starting off with King, their T side, to lead the charge out through Fountain. Kingsley going to be looking to be ready for this one, but he's not, and King's going to just rip him away from that.
King and Kingsley. Oh, but Ray, what a phenomenal timing. Out through connector. The site is the Wolfpacks. They have only a small hold on it.
Bomb's going down, but they're already being walked up on. Two members from Bathrooms. A lot of trouble for Mace and Mr. Myers on site, and Mace is at least going to get one before dropping. Myers has escaped all the way back behind Dubster. They have to regress right into these pistols, ready as ever. Thunis going to find a kill there, too. And Thunis for the round win, and UT Austin start off with the pistol of Overpass.
And a phenomenal way to get things started. The timing that Ray found was sort of crazy, but he delivered big time on the frags as well. So many players to shoot at. It can be tough sometimes to make the decision who you should be targeting early, but Ray delivers swiftly and precisely. Retake pretty easy considering the man advantage. So Matthew McConaughey fan club will walk into this next round with an advantage, but not one that is so supreme, because North Carolina, they do have the force buy in hand. Bomb plant allows them this flexibility. And at the moment, they've just got a little bit of map control.
Hyper aware of the possibility for the boost over, but Master Uruguay, a smoke is just blocking him off from helping out Mace as the door swings open. Master Uruguay going to spray in return Frank back onto Ray, but that's going to call for the re-engage from the rest of UT Austin for Thunas to continue to press on. A little bit of an issue here for NC State.
Little push and pull as well. You see UT Austin understanding that if they take that space, they have to put the bodies behind it, and there was even more should it have been required, even though the initial player inside of connector goes down. NC State in a bit of a tougher spot now. It's only a 3-on-4, and you think that's just a one-man disadvantage, but the reality is that UT Austin don't actually have to commit to playing the A site. Oh, they're going to find him. Kingsley in a little bit of trouble, but he's delivered. He's got the first frag, and with an MP9, honestly, that's job done, Seymour.
Yeah, it's a big job done. They got to do more here, Vincent. Ethanol in the bank, and he's got help too. Thunas has arrived with an M4. No, it's Hunter Killer. Oh, jeez, and Ethanol's going to take matters into his own hands here with Hunter Killer almost stopping the plant from going down, but it will be punched in. A little bit extra cash there for NC State, but off of a force buy in round 2, I'm sure they were hoping for a little bit extra.
Trying to give it all they had, but yeah, especially with the investment behind it, I think the Wolfpack are going to find themselves a bit lacking when it comes to expectations. It all did fall apart right here. The decision making from UT Austin was fantastic. The fact that Kingsley gets away with another frag there is just that much better. But another bomb plant, and this time it won't be the full force buy. They'll still have enough next round, but the bomb plant allows the pistol armor, the additional utility, and what I presume to be a fast play towards B with a missed molly as well.
Tech 9's here, Hunter Killer burning alive to his own Molotov. Not every day you get to see that.
It didn't look like it was spreading.
But it was. And now the issue just continues to spread deeper and deeper into this round. A little shaky shots there from Thunas, and you're starting to see the panic ensue. And Ray, the round is gone. It is done. And NC State, what a way to make it happen, too. A couple of rifles going to be recovered as well off of that. And Ray will not have a chance to stop this. You know, I was about to head into this third round praising UT Austin and the way that they've been playing, but after that, you can start to see that nothing is so perfect in them. They looked like they were on top of everything, being proactive in rounds 1 and 2, but inside this rifle rounds, as soon as panic starts to set in, they fall apart.
I just need to mention, for Hunter's sake, that shouldn't have spread that far. I don't know if you saw where he actually threw that Molotov, but it was so far away from the back of barrels. It was light years away, man.
Well, you know, he's gonna watch
this.
back.
Look at where he throws this.
He's gonna watch this back, and he's gonna sit and think, yeah, you know what, Vincent, I shouldn't have died there.
No. Yeah.
You're
Feels
gaslighting
bad.
the Molotov.
He doesn't have a Molotov this round. It's probably best for everyone's safety.
Molotov is going to deal a little bit damage onto the exit, heading over towards Playground, but one member does get through unscathed as King alongside Mace and Master Uwe trying to work some magic, some wisdom down in through Connector. Nice spread over towards Fountain for NC State, but you look at the buy here from UT Austin, it's not something you are going to count out just yet, Vincent.
No, not by a long shot. I mean, especially not with that kind of timing. Kingsley
Ridiculous.
just pops out, instantly finds a headshot. Now, granted, he doesn't pick up a weapon, so he's stuck here.
Not for long, though. He gets through. Tawish not going to refrag that, so Kingsley's going to join the rest of his team.
That's a big miss for Tawish. Needed to really connect that. That was the extra little bit to confirm that position. And without it, well, NC State, they're down a man, but still a good position on the B site. Getting ready for the execute.
Well, it's just missing here, but a crossfire into Monster, Hunter Killer, and Ray. They close the doors. King hesitant to walk forward, and rightfully so. UT Austin, they have turned this around. And the rebound they are looking for now to stab him in the back. It's Ray and Hunter Killer again. In and out of Monster together. They hold hands and they take the round back.
And I love their commitment to that setup, right? They have a little bit of a bait and switch moment. And initially, it doesn't get activated, but they stick with it. And they continue to play off of one another despite the Wolfpack's, I'll call it a little bit of an odd timing. They're going to take a timeout, or the Wolfpack. Time for them to discuss what's been going down. And despite that fantastic round on B, it does feel like they're a little bit missing in the early stages of this one.
And you want to even call it maybe a blunder in this round, but it comes down to the unfortunate circumstance that Hunter burns alive to his own Molotov. If it doesn't happen, Hunter maybe finds one, possibly even two, against these Tech 9s, and we could be sitting 4-0, if not for that Molotov, Vincent.
Yeah, I mean...
Hindsight, though.
Exactly.
King's going to jump through the fire and start to head up over towards Playground. A scrappy buy that the Wolfpack have put together.
Yeah, they've done the accounting, making sure that everybody has enough cash for next round, whilst also getting the maximum out of this one. And, that and the conversation in the timeout, probably well worth it. Kingsley's in the same spot, though, but he's got backup.
Second round, Towers looking to step on the gas. The team kill from Maced. Able to refrag there onto Kingsley, but it's that backup that you're talking about that really comes to shine. It's Ray to cut things down to a 2v3. And the reinforcements have already snuck through on A. Two players set up towards bathrooms. Ethanol with Thunus on a crossfire. A perfect position to put this to rest. They're still going to clear it out, but it's down to King. 1v1, 39 HP. Bomb in hand, but very worried of the possibility that Hunter Killer has already made his way through. 42 seconds, plenty of time. He's actually going to spot him now. King hunting for this kill, and Hunter has no idea. King, a sure thing for a second round. Has to be. And an execution style in the back of the head. King, everything aligns for the 1v1.
I'm so impressed that NC State come back and they already get a kill at the front of bathroom. They already get the first stun. It goes down, and they still clear out Ethanol. That's incredible. Just a case of the timings there, really, for Hunter Killer. Nothing he did incorrectly. But we trade timeouts. NC State coming off of that one with, I'd call it a bit of a lucky moment, but man, did they do all of the things right after they made that mistake with the team kill. They made sure to make up for it.
Just making sure that you're thorough with your executes in that moment. I mean, a 2 versus 4. Another moment where UT Austin probably going to look back at this and be like, what are we doing? But you're not really doing anything wrong in that moment. If, everybody in that round did what they needed to do. King just went a step above.
Yeah.
Clutched up.
Remembering back, NC State, they were a team that had some of those individuals popping off at the right moments. I think it's Mr. Myers, the majority of overpass last time we saw them. Now we've had a couple of different ones take the stage. Look at how far Ray is. All the way up in the playground.
Too. They've given up this spot. They've given up the possibility for the aggression. The smoke went down, and King is not going to take his eyes off it.
And he's not alone. He's got backup. Hunter Killer's right behind him, just covering off the push in and through.
Have his chance. Little peek hole there through the playground structure, and Towish. Oh, Towish! Stepping up in these moments, Vincent.
Big miss in a previous round for Tawish, but he's delivered into this one. And there's really nobody on the B site that can hold off this many AKs. It's going to be a tall task. There is 2 out of 3 members here, I guess.
Thomas won't even be able to slip over towards the barrels, so he's going to have to take these fights as they exit Monster. That is not going to go into your favor at all. Maced again. Alongside Mr. Myers, they crack the code, they break through, and Kingsley, he is looking to play on the slide. Well, he waits for round 7. Is that a
NC State getting...
Is that a dinosaur? An elephant?
It's an elephant, I
Okay.
think. Which I guess you could argue are dinosaurs.
Good.
I'm sure somebody is letting us know how wrong we are. I have no idea. But NC State get an opportunity to actually show off, I think, what we both consider one of their biggest strengths, and that's their protocols, their team play. And in that round, it's the protocol where they're just letting them have some space early towards the A site and using utility to clear it out to force back. You saw the flash come over, and that forces Hunter all the way back towards Party. And it really puts a lot of pressure onto the player with a MP9 up the slide. Don't get away, though, Kingsley. With an M4 in his hands. But it's the first time we've actually seen an eco round this whole game.
Yeah, the anti-ecos have been never an issue here so far. Now flash out through Monster, and Mr. Myers is just listening to this one, and he's letting the rest of his team know that A should be wide open for taking.
Yeah, there will be players here by the time NC State get into position, but they're just about ready to walk in and
This
through,
is
and I think we're
cheeky.
going to see a
This
boost.
is cheeky. You don't get to see this one every day, but Mace is in the exact position you need to be in to watch for that issue. Sprays him through the wall. Hunter Killer will fall. And now with the plant going out, his rifle in the hands of Kingsley. Only one M4, no utility, just USPs. A little bit of armor there for Kingsley as well to maybe break on through, but he is nowhere to be seen. He is running away. And these USPs are just tucked away, hoping that they can maybe make this a little costly for North Carolina State.
UT Austin have not much left into this one, but you know, this is a program in UT Austin, though, that I've been impressed with the way that they've been able to rebuild, right? I mentioned Ray has been a part of this team for ages. I think this is his 4th year on the squad. You know, I remember seeing him back when I first started casting Collegiate Counter-Strike, but the fact is that at that time, they had a really strong and impressive squad put together with some big names. Some of those have since, you know, graduated and moved on. And I think they've done a great job of recovering, of building back in, and putting together a strong team still.
As you said, these next couple moments are going to be the proving grounds for a couple of these rosters, and into the 2024 season, we look to see if these changes are enough to take down some giants. But first step here versus North Carolina State for UT Austin. They are struggling within the second part of this half, and the Wolfpack have come together to put together 5 rounds and a 2-round advantage over UT Austin.
They've made the comeback, and it started out with, you and I both would agree, a little bit of a silly round off the back of a mistake from Matthew McConaughey, but it was that, then the next big round, and since then, you know, picking up that half-by win, NC State have been an unstoppable force with UT Austin forced into bad situation after bad situation. That was their gun round. Now on to another eco.
And all the confidence behind them, winds in the sails. They push back in through Monster. Hunter Killer is finessing around this pillar, but not for long. Good first shot there on the King. That seems to be all they're going to write home to family about. 5 rounds in a row for this Wolfpack, and minimal losses throughout these rounds. They have been clean, very clinical executes. And what seemed like UT Austin really showed up with a heavy hand on this overpass. I mean, that's once upon a time now.
Yeah, it is. And, you know, it's fair enough. North Carolina State, they picked this map for a reason. We know what they had to offer, but the aggression and the style that we saw from UT Austin those first couple of rounds started to make me wonder if that was going to be a bit of a tough matchup for the Wolfpack to deal with. But I've been impressed, and I continue to be impressed with how well drilled this Wolfpack is.
I'm looking through the bracket as well, and looking at how things have gone. I mean, Matthew McConaughey fan club beating out on their sister team Bevo's fan club, heading in to lose to GMU. That's a respectable loss. Same thing with NCSU losing to Fisher. This is where your test comes out to kind of separate you from the bottom of the barrel to maybe towards the top of a couple of these teams, to really have that chance to push farther in credibility.
The real solution to not being at the bottom of the barrel is just fill it with water. Then you float to the top. Just like Ray has floated to the top of connector. Find Master Uguay.
Solid.
We don't talk about that. Stop busting up my metaphor.
The wisest stuff us all, Master Uguay has already left the server. Mace, though, to take his place. Nice trades here between Ethanol and Hunter Killer. Brings us down to a 2 versus 3. But as the smoke goes down, Towish is going to dispatch a Thunus. And this round is all over the place. Kingsley's hiding in bathrooms with an AWP. How do you read that? Actually dropped the op for an AK. Towish is going to take his hand back over towards B, where Ethanol has moved back in towards where his teammate just died, and Towish will not have the read onto these positionings. It's a answer back from UT Austin, finally.
And off the back of praising the Wolfpack for how well they've been able to kind of stick together and play some well-drilled Counter-Strike, it does fall apart a little bit. I think they lose sight of the goals there towards the end of the round. With everybody trying to spread back out, get back some map control, and maybe gather a frag or two. It doesn't work out for them, though.
Kingsley taking a book out of, or a page out of Jakey's book. Nice aggression, though, won't get away.
He's been robbed. That was a collab on my screen.
Well, actually,
alrighty,
it was 2 pixels up to the left.
That's my job, Seymour. That is literally my job.
Unless a chance that Kingsley, I'm sure, wish he hit. He saw the stars align and he just missed it.
Oh, King's got no idea. Ray's tucked, and that's going to give him even further confirmation bias that Ray might not be here.
He's going to read through this.
This is great from Ray.
Slowly but surely working back in towards the bathrooms to trail the Wolfpack. Wolf in sheep's clothing. Hiding away, and look at the trigger discipline now out of Ray. He's finally going to let loose after he loses out on his teammate, and Master Uguay still has no idea.
They don't know.
He still doesn't know.
It's an A1S. It's got a silencer on it.
Oh, here we go. Ray, a chance to blow everything up, and it's 2 versus 2. Ethanol just needs to play his cards right, slow things down, and allow Ray to work his cards. 1v1, Myers down to 54 HP. The digits getting punched in, and Ethanol again closing this gap. Myers, will he read it? Oh, the chance presents itself, and Mr. Myers, we saw him clutch up last time on Overpass. It's not going to be different now.
That's a massive moment. It's absolutely what was required for the Wolfpack as they take another timeout. Their second of the map, of the half, rather. As you get 3 of those, just to remind everybody. Let's take a look at this again one more time. Yeah. Oh. It's just painfully close to the full collateral, but there's so much to think about as well in that last round. So many big moments for, Ray continuing to walk through, really continuing to allow Master Uguay the question marks of, okay, where did he go down? Thinking maybe instead of from the flank, it was from bathrooms, something along those lines. That's the hardest part of it. And then Mr. Myers coming in for the clutch at the end of the day, delivering. Speaking of, that guy's got 10 grand, fat stacks in his pocket.
Bit of cheese.
Ray
Gets away. I can't believe it. Kingsley gonna have to really step up in place of his teammates, and he will be good for at least the one. Nice flash out from Ray, supporting his cast and allowing some exit as well.
And Ray really flubbed it early into that round, getting stuck on walls and such, but flash was perfect, and he even had the extinguish on the Molotov there for the exit.
It happens
Good
to
things.
everybody.
Everybody gets stuck on walls sometimes.
I mean, at least once or twice.
It's fair. NC State trying to find a way to claw back into this round. They're not getting any opportunities, not easy ones. Honest might be the big chance. He's on an island at the moment. He's got some support, but Ethanol's a bit disjointed.
Drop a smoke.
30 seconds.
Uruguay, there is a hole in the door. He's going to push this one, but this is where you call for Ethanol to back him up, and it is perfect. King and Mr. Myers, AWP and AK, a little bit of util, Tech 9 as well. Thunis going to have to be the first to drop, but even still can trust Ethanol to get his trade. 1v4. And it's not going to happen, Vincent. We're going to end the half 7-5. Ray shot in the back there. A disadvantage for UT Austin, but not a bad way to climb back into it after you see the 5 rounds in a row that you lost.
The Wolfpack should be loving this, but yeah, recovery, sure, for UT Austin, but they're on the CT side. This is a map that I would say you'd like to walk in with the 7-5 in your favor as opposed to the opposition getting that opportunity, but what's done is done, and what could have been now needs to be what will be for UT Austin out to the B side.
It's the rounds for UT Austin. Their first step to salvation. It's a good setup on B. 4 members here for the Wolfpack, but blind as a bat is Mr. Myers. Luckily, King watching over his shoulder. 3 kills from King. Master Uguay is going to jump on down. Finally, King shut down, but Thunis is alone on site, and nobody's coming to save him. Tawish puts it away. Another pistol round for North Carolina State. And actually, no, I think it was Matthew McConaughey who won the first pistol. So they're going to take the CT side pistol, and that's going to push their lead even further.
An impressive couple of shots from King as well. Just tapping heads. It looks like without the bomb plant, understandably, Matthew McConaughey fan club, they're not interested in the force buy.
Oh.
Though, do be considerate of the fact that we saw a lot of success in those types of rounds, especially the first 4 rounds, just back and forth. Bit of a swing fest for Matthew McConaughey. First found some footing, lost that though, after getting Tech 9 down themselves.
This is so devious at this moment. Ray's got to be careful. He's walking a thin line, but Mason's actually going to disengage from this one. He does not want to hunt for this. What a shot.
Nice shot. It's just a couple shots you toss down range and hope they connect, and then you get the little dink, and you're like, all right. It's just for decoration, a little pre-fire.
A little this, a little that, a little sprinkle on top, you know. It's the little extra,
Tawish way.
a little extra spicy spice, you know. So,
I think that UT Austin, you know, as slow as they're playing this round, I do think that They aren't out of this yet. They kept it close towards the back end of the first half, and it really is important though for them to get something moving on the first gun round.
Yeah.
Especially with the 4 MP9s currently.
Tawish is closing the distance quickly from behind. Won't matter. King and Maced puts it to rest. 9 rounds for NC State. But you're incredibly right, Vincent, to say that this round's may kind of make or break this whole map for UT Austin. AK's going to be on board for them. They're playing up against a weaker buy, I'd say, for the Wolfpack. But with the way that they've been putting these MP9s to use, who knows?
I mean, it is a weaker buy, but
actually, yes,
it's a bonus buy, which makes it a little better. They're gonna get up in the faces, at least initially, of UT Austin.
Myers, Mr. Myers, oh my! Highway robbery.
It's flashed, and everybody was flashing in that moment as they come through the smoke. They just didn't realize they were face to face.
I want to know who threw that flash, because if it was UT Austin, who are you talking to?
And they got lulled into a false sense of security when Master Uguay falls. They're like, okay, we got him. Little did they know it was
Surprise.
Still another dangerous man right behind him by the name of Mr. Myers.
A distinguished gentleman with an MP9.
Gonna grip back up. UT Austin playing it a little bit of range, out long. It's a good position to be in. There's still 2 smokes though. If King drops that at long in about 10 seconds, then NC State, who are already on a slow approach, might be in some trouble.
King making his rounds. And here's the noise. Smoke first. Backed up over towards the armored truck. The King on an island, but it doesn't matter. Nobody knows he's here. King almost the second one. Low HP between Ethanol and Kingsley. Combined 17. Ethanol now just alone. 11 health. An AK. A dream. That just will not come to be. The defuse swiftly coming out from the kit of Mr. Myers. Double digits for UT Austin, and a much needed buy round, like you said, from them that is handled quite easily.
And it all comes to Mr. Myers, right? I mean, this was the start of the whole situation. King playing this close to the vest and carefully. And I can't tell you how important and how impressive it is as well. On a map like Overpass, it can be difficult to make those MP9s on the A site have effectiveness. But they walk in with 4 and they walk out with 3 AKs. Well, timeout.
I mean, I am beyond belief with what we're seeing out of NC State after the start that they had to this map. I thought they were going to be showing a little bit more discomfort on Overpass than what we are led to believe.
Liberal use of their timeouts as well. I think going back to that for NC State, I think that kept them potentially in the right mindset early on. Matthew McConaughey fan club with a bomb plant last round. At least they have something to work with. It's just Tech 9s and some util, but a little bit of armor to back it up.
And if there's one thing that's been true in the Rally Cry Collegiate series, that Tech 9 rushes, they work, and they're scary, and you should fear them.
Absolutely. It's just, one flash really can change the game, allow you to close the distance, and suddenly life is a lot more difficult with a Tech 9 in your face.
You have experience with that?
I have a scary amount of experience with that. They've got connector. That is for sure clear. That's the only thing that UT Austin know for certain, though.
Just saying, I'm here if you want to talk about it.
That might be an after broadcast type of situation.
Here we go. Cowish around, slides out. Oh, they pieces them apart. Mince meat. is what you might call UT Austin. No longer Matthew McConaughey fan club, but food for the Wolfpack, and they are eating. Tawish looking for all 5. He is running after him. Kingsley, seems like they're trying to leave him alive for it, but Mace is going to put it away, deny the ace from Tawish. Unfortunately, but what a round.
Gnashing of teeth. Ripping of claws there, NC State. Yes, it was, a half-by round, but nobody even looking Towish's direction. That's just an unfortunate world where you're just all looking the wrong way. Tawish takes advantage. It's 11-5. Awful close. That coveted 12th round are the Wolfpack.
Uruguay, nice flash shell, but still gets one. Fortunately enough for UT Austin, they finally catch a break. It's Hunter Killer to claw back with 2. It's going to open up this map a little bit.
He's really fortunate to get away with that second frag. Nobody to follow that up. It was meant to be, Mr. Myers was meant to be the backup, but he couldn't provide it. UT Austin, they're really spread out right now, and I think as we approach the 1-minute mark, that's what their goal is. Get grouped back up. They've gotten a lot of map control put together, pretty much everything they want, with the exception of maybe connector control, but that too is somewhat theirs. And they'll find themselves a B site hit later on. And at the moment, the Wolfpack, they have given up B. Now, it's a decision I can get behind, considering they have no map control and they needed information. So just stack a site when you don't have either of those. But they've chosen wrong.
For this retake in a 3v4, Wolfpack, they need to hit. They need to hit hard. Hard and strong.
There's so many smokes, and there's still not one for heaven. There we go.
I think I can
This is a
give this
save.
one up. Is this a save?
Yeah. And I mean, on the one hand, you have the money to go for this if you're the Wolfpack. On the other, this is that kind of like VPS style where it's a numbers game, right? Not only do you have rounds to work with, there's no reason to throw away these weapons.
None.
Going into a retake that you have no business being in.
They're going to set up for exits. They know that if they can make this a little bit costly, that's going to make the future rounds more difficult for UT Austin. Tawish is listening for them. 12-17. Can you pat those stats a little bit more? Well, doesn't seem like they're going to go too far forward, and he's not going to be able to take those rifles away from him. Tawish playing it very cautiously, and rightfully so. There were a couple members on the other side, but this is the moment that ends it all for the round. These 2 kills, and then pumping the brake puts so much doubt in the minds of North Carolina State that, like you said, they have to do something, and they just chose wrong.
Hey, put some respect on Tawish. He's 12-7, not 12-17. All right.
I said 12-7.
Okay.
Unless I'm
Can we
crazy.
run back that tape? Might be crazy. I have spent quite a bit of time with you, and I can't confirm you are not crazy.
Appreciate it.
That just means you have more opportunities to get that proof out there. You
Yeah.
know? Ooh, that's a little bit of an audio cue given over.
Yeah. And look at this. Tawish and Master Uguay. Are they going to go for this boost up?
No, it's triple nade. Don't see that all the time. It's a dangerous position because of if you see that spam through the wood wall on the right here for Master Uguay.
Oh. Decapitated. Sprayed through the wood wall, and like you said, a little bit of trouble there now for UT Austin. They haven't even seen a sight, and they're already down a player and down in HP. So you're looking towards player number 2, Kingsley. See if you can claw this one back, but Mace hop, skipping a trump across to safety, and things still lay in a troublesome spot.
This will be a B hit. It's been a favorite here for UT Austin, to be fair. But where they didn't have anybody to play against last round, they have 3 members of the Wolfpack ready to roll.
Swinging out is Tawish, and dangerous as ever. Sharp. He's going to swing his way through and decapitate these UT Austin players. Hunter Killer, 1 versus 5. Nowhere to go. Smokes down. No time to play. You have to feel for him in this moment.
Oh, and he goes down. Oh, that's awful. Look at his money. He's got 1850. Everybody else has cash for days, but nothing for the Hunter Killer. He's going to have to find a way to do it with just a Tech 9. By the way, that shot from Mace was absurd. But all of that spray down in Monster, set up by Mr. Myers, a great flashbang to get into position.
This is doing it again. Why not? 6 rounds up. You got a lot of time to play with, and
Well, they didn't see the setup either.
a lot of confidence. King just watching over his shoulder with an AWP. 18 and 10 out of King.
He's been a dominant factor for sure, but honestly, outside of those first 5 rounds, I feel like we haven't seen UT Austin put up much of a defense in some of these moments.
Our offense has been left a lot to desire. Slowly edging over towards this A site. Ray inside bathrooms. King looking for a second of the round. Spots the shoulder, waits for the swing, confirms the kill, and now it's Mace working his way back onto the flank through long. Spots Kingsley, shoots him in the back. That's the AWP left on the ground. 2 versus 5 for your overpass to stay alive here. If you're UT Austin. Tawish is going to be spotted out there. Ethanol not expecting, hiding behind barrels. Mr. Myers to bring this into a 1 versus 4. Hunter Killer Drone with a Tech 9, a smoke, and a flash. It's not going to be anything. It's 13-6 for North Carolina State. A very comfortable win on their map choice of Overpass.
And it's another situation where I mean I walk out of Overpass feeling similarly about NCSU that we did previously, and that's just that they put together a really well-drilled team that's doing everything correctly when it comes to late round scenarios, and on the T side that means some really well situated executes with some good moments, and then in the post plants they play off of each other well. I think that Wolfpack, there's almost nothing to say because they essentially just played some textbook Counter-Strike.
They really did, and I was a little bit afraid of that at first when we were watching Overpass because it didn't seem as put together as, expected. It was very scrappy at the beginning. You saw that UT Austin were putting up quite the fight with those 3 rounds that they got. 3-1 lead to start off on Overpass Vincent, but after that, as soon as the Wolfpack put together 5 rounds in a row, you could start to see the cracks in the armor for UT Austin. And as the game started to go on and on, you started to see those cracks turn into holes, and those holes just kind of eliminate really anything that UT Austin came to bring.
Yeah, I do think that there's a couple of points for the UT Austin squad, considering they had some pretty big errors, and not like just you lose the round errors, but just everyone sees it, and I think that does knock the confidence a little bit. That probably part of it. This round, a big turning point. There was a lot of those moments, small though they may be in isolation, put together, you start to see where UT Austin could be starting to feel a little less confident after those initial rounds. I thought they looked good, right? How clean those pistols were, but didn't end up making the difference. And NC State, again, putting them on notice.
A couple players too really stepping up in some ways, because last week when we saw North Carolina State on Shreem, Mr. Myers had a great series. Master Uruguay had a fantastic series, and Tawish is as consistent as ever. But in this series in particular, I gotta give a shout out to King and Mace. A lot of the frontline duels, a lot of these contact plays from them paying off in dividends for North Carolina State. 2 players that really kind of showed up today.
Yeah, I don't think we got to see the best from Mace, last week, but he is a guy that I looking back at what this this Wolfpack team has been putting together. He's usually a guy you can rely on. I think we saw that version of him today, and King, as you mentioned, especially strong on the AWP, whether that be out towards long or elsewhere. He was consistent, and I mean, you don't need to have a superstar AWP on this type of team. It's great to have that, but he just does his job and he does it well.
Yeah, and you know, when you have a player like King and you look at teams like RT with somebody like Proto, it's nice to know that you have an AWP that can step up when it matters and win those duels. And it's something to really, I guess, hold true to yourself as a core team. For NC State, what a map they have on Overpass. They win it out 13-6. They take their map of choice with a 7-round advantage. And you look across the stats too for Matthew McConaughey fan club, and nothing really crazy pops out. A very troubled game for each individual. No one player, you know, standing above the rest. It was a group effort.
Yeah, I think that, you know, you would like to see a little bit more, probably from Kingsley if I had to pick anyone out. But you're right, it wasn't anyone dropping the ball in particular or anything like that. It was the Wolfpack making a stand and showing that regardless of the situations they were in, they were able to recover very nicely, even from man disadvantages. You know, I think of a couple of times that they were in like the 2-on-3, and even then the Wolfpack were finding some success, both in that and in the clutch rounds. You know, the 1v1s, those ended up going their way as well. With all of that being said, you know, listen, on paper, the Wolfpack, this was the easier position, right? They have their map pick. Now they need to try to do it on their opponents.
Yeah, and vice versa. You can see if Matthew McConaughey's fan club can head to Anubis and bring things back, send us a Vertigo for map number 3. We're going to head to a break, get things set up, and we'll see you on the other side with some more Rally Cry Counter-Strike. Take care.
Our generation has a choice. Turn away from the world's problems or chase them down. We refuse to sit back and watch them pass us by. Watch us fly ahead. Rise to every challenge and overcome anything. Watch us become the next greatest generation.
People want to define Gen Z, but that's our job.
I wait tables, but last week I built a field hospital.
I put out a forest fire. I stopped 1,000 attackers.
And a natural disaster.
I've saved lives. And led a team on patrol.
I serve.
Well, I go to school full-time.
While I work full-time.
The greater the challenge, the stronger we become.
Quite the affair that we have here on the Rally Cry Collegiate Series presented by Army National Guard. We have pretty convincing win from NCSU as they take their map of choice of Overpass 13-6 over the likes of UT Austin. Matthew McConaughey's fan club now taking us to Anubis. Vincent, this is going to be quite the game ahead of us. A very important moment for this school, for these players, and I think for the team, they need to turn it around. They need to turn it around fast.
Yeah, there was not a lot that was going right for UT Austin when it came into Overpass. And listen, the expectations couldn't have been too crazy high considering it wasn't their map pick. But at the same time, I felt like we saw what could have been in those first 5 or 6 rounds. It was very competitive. We had a lot of big moments, and then it all started to fall apart. I think in no small part thanks to NC State starting to find their footing and really putting together a strong attack. T side for them on Overpass was great, and their CT side even better.
So now starting off the T side of Anubis, they want to right their wrongs, and Hunter Killer is looking to lead them. Kill onto Mace is going to open things up for bomb plans. Master Uguay just waiting for the smoke to go down, for the reinforcements to come in. He's going to open it up, and Master Uguay wasn't even watching it. He goes to clear to the left, and quickly to hold his life here. 5v4, but now tied up. Master Uguay is going to deliver onto Ethanol. Mr. Meyer is going to be aggressed on now. Hunter Kill doing a great job at just pushing out their exits, making sure that they remove these members from setting up anything in terms of a pinch. And what a round there for Hunter Killer. 4 kills to open up Anubis.
And I mean, listen, he was in line with everybody else there on Overpass, but some much needed rounds to try and find some footing maybe for UT Austin. I did like though that NC State, they had so much information on that retake. It was just so overwhelming, the amount of Glocks running at them. Thought they played it pretty darn well though. This one will be just a swift eco, or maybe not so swift, but a full eco. Everybody stacked up in mid.
We got to see the first couple of rounds of Overpass, but it was UT Austin that started off with that pistol round. They were able to put another 2 on before things started to take a turn for the worse, Vincent. So still some work to be done. Looks like they're actually making a good choice, not going all in towards mid. Ray being very peculiar on the way that he's clearing this, anticipating some kind of aggression. Ethanol has gone through, and with how quiet it is, here comes the bomb. Red carpet laid out.
Yeah, no reason to make your way through mid when you have the entirety of the other side of the map clear. Stick it out though. There was a chance to make a bunch of cash.
This is some damage done now. Master Uguay has recovered a MAC-10. Bomb has yet to go down. Ray is going to fortunately be watching the flank, and Tawish will end up falling. So it's really down to Master Uguay to do anything more with this MAC-10, and it will not happen. Thunis is going to let him know. 2-0 start for Matthew McConaughey fan club.
Here's where things get interesting. Remember that conversation that we had not that long ago in our first series of the day? Well, I don't think there's money for it this round, but keep that in the back of your head if things start to go awry for the Wolfpack. With second round and now into the third. There's a little bit of control here down towards Canal, but this is an incredibly defaulty look for UT Austin.
Oh yeah. Although he's going to get a little bit of a freebie through the smoke. Master Uguay loses his head, and Kingsley's going to walk up for that into E-Box, and that's going to draw off this player 4 from being aggressive onto A and play it a little bit more passively.
This is not a round where there was a lot of money for the CTs, so makes a lot of sense for UT Austin to play this style, this more passive, defaulty approach, because they can start to bleed dry any of the utility left.
Hunter Killer's gonna get a second one, King. It's all down to him. Lot on the line. 3 for the M4. Switches over to the USP. A little bit damage onto Ethanol and Ray, but we're into a 2v2. And Tawish quickly working his way down through water. Ray has the idea that this is possible, so going to re-clear this with the AK. Tawish is gonna be careful, but Ray for the swing, and he expects it, but the shot's just not there. It's all down to Ethanol with an HG. 2 kills. And this Galil thing slowed down for a second, but the time is ticking away, and it doesn't seem like Tawish or Myers have a kit, but it's not going to matter. Tawish just swings on out, takes the contact versus Ethanol, and beheads him with the AK.
Yeah, they should have just enough time on that one as well. Man, Tawish, that initial kill that Tawish found, that was the crucial one for that retake to be possible. If Tawish goes down, game over. But man, what a round from King. 2 bullets left, and he still has that M4 ready to go. Even pulling out the USP, hoping for something better, but that was maybe a little too much to ask. The UT Austin on their final purchase before an eco would be forced. Both Tawish and Mr. Myers have AKs now as well. Something to keep an eye on. Hoping for another freebie. That spam over towards E-Box. They're going back to it. But not going to happen this time, or at least not for the moment. A little bit of aggression dialed up. Mace is not even going to get another shot at it, but it makes far more sense to be falling back.
I'd like to see a Wolfpack kind of poking and prodding where they can. Nothing really leaving them in terms of confidence just yet. Has repositioned. Nice shots there, but neither Hunter Killer nor King will find that kill. But Mac 10, some beautiful shots coming out there. Flash back in for Mace. Ethanol trades it. Now looking to pick up the gas and pinch these players. In the split pushing towards A. Myers on the front line. 1-for-1 trade yet again. Tawish reeling away. King falls, and it's down to 2 for NC State. Tawish cowering behind the smoke, waiting for his teammate to walk on in, and it's down to a 1v1. Thunnis, no time to play it. 19 seconds left. Has to make sure that Tawish is nowhere to really stop this, but he's going to go back in. Tawish is going to hear this. It's time to move. Slides across. Thunnis expecting him to go right. But now has to exit it out, and Tawish just needs to wait. Expecting him to exit. What a play from Tawish in the 1v1. Ice cold, hiding behind the smoke.
Yeah, Tawish showcasing a lot of good just moments and decision making in that last round, right? Patience early into the smoke, as well as playing for the bomb. I think mistake made for Thunnis trying to get out of there. No need. You know exactly where Tawish is located, and he can come from one of 2 angles. Left the possibility of isolating them to instead try and find solace in the A site. Back towards A main. Swing around in that last one onto the eco for Matthew McConaughey fan club.
And unlike Overpass, it swung them back into the game a lot sooner than I think UT Austin hoped for.
Doesn't have to be long term though. Could all change in a moment's notice. Remember these Tech 9s? What was it you called them? Scary?
Lightning.
Terrifying?
Nightmare fuel.
Grinding.
I mean, we can go on and on.
I'll pull out the source.
Myers. Oh, nice flash out there. King didn't stand a chance, but maybe Tawish will. A kill fades away. The bomb goes down. Tech 9s prevail once more in the explosion onto site, Vincent.
We may have spoken that one into being. Maybe just a little bit of the blame resting on
I'm not gonna
our
say that. I mean,
shoulders.
what is that, like the 7th Tech 9 rush we've seen of this tournament? And I think there's
Oh, there's been way more in
I-
the tournament. Might be the
7th.
7th today.
and they've all been successful.
Maybe not all of them, but
Give it
yeah,
maybe like a
lot of them.
70%.
I'm a little confused. This is so late. What a crazy decision. I thought for sure this was a save. For how far North Carolina State walked backwards, it looked like they were conceding. There was a player in spawn. There was a player like all the way over at B. I mean, it looked done and dusted, and then they go in with like 15 seconds remaining. A little bit of a weird decision, and I'd call that, I've been praising North Carolina State for their decision-making and for the way that they approach some of these rounds. That's a mistake. First big error made.
Now time to punish UT Austin off of that era. They've been given AKs, M4s to work with, and chance to swing things back into their favor. Smoke's gonna go down. Thought his back out before it plumes, and damage done. Kobe down to King. How is he still alive? 5 HP. And there it is. Oh no, Thomas gets fires this time.
Through the smoke as well. Just tossing a couple of rounds down range. Hate to see that. I mean, and this is a force fight. I've just realized. I thought this was an eco, and I wasn't so concerned, but this is a round starting to ratchet up in pressure, ratchet up in pace.
There.
Mr. Uguay had a chance there and couldn't connect the
UT
dots.
Austin, they are rolling right now. 2 rounds in a row. It's a back and forth affair when you look at it truly. 2 rounds for UT Austin, 2 rounds for North Carolina, 2 rounds for UT Austin again. And, history, I don't expect it to really repeat itself in this next round because I think it's going to be another eco.
You go back to that anti-eco for the Wolfpack, and you think about Mr. Myers stuck on site with a nade in hand. Gets caught out with it. Ray, the double entry to find success over that direction at the A site. And small things making the big differences, and what a good call from UTA. They've just walked out to the A site where nobody was available to play. Everybody else will be working their way back into this one. I really want to see into this next round, Seymour. I really want to see an op for NC State.
Unfortunately, we didn't see the best out of the op back on overpass for UT Austin, so it's not like they're going to bring one of their own, but King hasn't been as present as he was with that AWP, 3 and 6.
Yeah. Got to give the man his tools,
I think
right?
it would at least be worth a try.
Yeah, listen, you don't expect you to talk about a game without a microphone. How can you expect King to deliver without the big green?
Sometimes I talk about the game when my microphone is muted.
You have done that a little bit today. A little frustrated at this point.
It's just, one of those like,
It's just one button. It's not that hard.
Yeah, but if I move my mic without it muted, you'll hear the squeak, and then I forget about it. It's a day. It is one of the Sundays of all time.
NC State, they forgot about the op. I mean, let me be clear. They really didn't have money, but they could have forced it. I can respect them not. But it is something that now they have to contend with on the other side because Kingsley has one of his own.
Such a cheeky smoke from Master Uguay. That headshot angle with his gun. Mace looking for so much space now. Look at this from NC State. They want to pick it up, but it's Kingsley with the op, the better right now of the 2 Kings in this map. In the battle for the Kings. Now Matthew McConaughey fan club, they want to put him on the throne.
He's already got a crown. Donis looking to add insult to injury for NC State with that frag. Oh, that's fortunate that Talish is going to get away with this, but he's... Oh my goodness, what an ambitious... He's hit it! Wait, hold on a second! My brain just broke. My brain actually just broke. That shot from Kingsley was insane.
Can't wait to see that back on the replay. But
Yeah.
take a look at the minimap. This round is done. No kits, no money, no chance.
Well, at least they've got an AK. I mean, you're painting a pretty bleak picture, and it is. But you know what's not bleak? That Neon Rider.
No, it's
pretty
not.
bright.
No, I don't
So,
have a skin
For the AK?
for any gun.
You're not a real CS player. Don't you know? Skins equals wins, bud.
Yeah, but they're expensive.
But what? But you don't like winning? I know you like
I
winning.
do like winning with the default skin.
Now that's true skill, true power right
Fight
there.
against the power.
I feel like you're on an anime arc right here with this whole conversation. What the hell
What
is that?
Oh,
We just saw that in slow motion, by the way.
yeah.
I needed ultra
Slow. Slow it down
motion.
even more.
Yeah. What the heck?
That was 0.5. I needed 0.25.
Exactly. And I know it's just one kill, but like hitting a kill like that makes you feel like you're on top of the
For
world.
Kingsley right now, nothing has tried to combat him. King still with just the AK out. I'm starting to get on the wagon with you that want to see that AWP come out eventually for this team. But
I mean, they're just so broken when it comes to money. Every round.
Mr. Uguay down to 17. A little leg there from Kingsley. And he's taking a shot to the head. 49.
That's still healthy enough, though.
The deep smoke. Dowish looking for some space to work up mid. He's going to be boxed in now. Ray jumps on down, and Dowish chance to work his magic on this flank with Master Uguay giving up the site. Seems like they're going to let this plant come through.
Ethanol's heard it. He's heard the drop.
Ray's here to clear back out. Dowish didn't stand a chance to the AKs. UT Austin, they are on point. This Anubis pick, you can definitely see why they wanted to go here.
And I think what's really impressive to me, Seymour, is that I can't really put a good finger on the pulse of like what's working so well for UT Austin. They're not doing anything crazy. They had that massive turnaround where they won with the Tech Nines, and ever since then, it's as if we're playing a whole different game of Counter-Strike. The Wolfpack, they've never had a really, really good buy, and maybe I'm just hanging on to that because, well, I've been wanting to see the AWP, but that also means that they haven't had like the full kit of utility. And here's something we saw a lot early on Overpass, and it's the first time we're seeing it here. NC State, the Wolfpack, taking a timeout. It's taking a moment to talk things over. They still don't have enough money for an AWP, but they seem to be buying.
I don't like that.
I don't know if they have much of a choice, to be honest with you.
Anything really to bring this one back? I mean, 7-5 would be respectable to end it, but it's going to take a little bit more than hope. You have to start seeing them perform, and some of these members just have been silent on Anubis.
You know, you were asking me before this game, some questions about starting. What side do you want to start on Anubis? And we're talking about the CT side. This is why the CT side can be so abysmal. Because you get into this position where you constantly feel forced to buy, and it's really hard without utility, without the AWP, to break back in, especially against a team with the skill that UT Austin has.
They overpower mid, and they get out. And they're going to go what seems like back into this one. That Molotov is going to force Dowish onto an angle aggressively. Finally lands a shot with the Glock, but easily swept under the rug by the rest. Making sure that these guns don't get recovered. The round, it's not going to matter.
Oh, and the Deagle can't do it either. 8 rounds for UT Austin. I mean, again, their map pick, their position to really show what they have on this map, but the Wolfpack silenced for the moment, and at the very least going to have guns into this next round. This is the first time they'll have everything that they want, this whole map. We're into round 11. This entire half has been a bit of a struggle sometimes.
Here's the op out for King. Right down mid. Couple warning shots. Don't enter my domain, he says. Seems like Ray still wants to deal with this one. Maze aggressive on this angle. Hunter Killer, he's going to check it. Nothing going under the nose of Hunter Killer.
Where's the backup? Mace, the guy we just got done praising. He's all alone and 1 in 10 at the moment. A non-factor in this half.
Only one, but Mr. Myers is going to equalize. So as the smoke goes down, Uruguay can have his hands full. Actually, with this Molotov out, Kingsley is going to be caught with this one. Fortunately enough, Ethanol does trade it out. 3 versus 3, though. King waiting for this one. Shot's going to whiff, and now here comes the cavalry jumping on through. King misses 3 shots so far. The op makes 0 difference so far, Vincent.
King on the back foot there.
Ray?
Tawish is making a statement.
Myers. I don't think Ethanol's actually going to read this one.
Yeah, they got to deal with Tawish.
Back out.
That's all eyes pointed that way.
1v1. There's no time. No time to find both the kill and the kit right now. He's got to isolate Hunter Killer. He has to force him into the open, and that's just not happening. So patient. Hunter Killer's on top of his game here on Anubis. 9-3. Leading Matthew McConaughey fan club back into what could be a vertigo.
Seeming more and more likely with this scoreline getting further and further out of hand for the Wolfpack at the moment. And by the way, just shout out as well to UT Austin taking back site control. They heard the op, and instead of somebody trying to get the plant, somebody clearing E-box, all 3 of the players on site just run straight at King. Overwhelm him.
Walking through the smokes. Decimating the lines of North Carolina State. UT Austin, they look good. They look sharp as ever on this map, and it seems like Overpass, that is so far gone. So far in the past. They don't even care anymore. They are ready to bring the action.
Hunter Killer out towards B main as well. Just constantly a thorn in the side of anyone trying to approach that area. And as they regroup, it's looking likely, in fact, almost a sure thing that the A site will be under fire. And Tawish is the only one here, and he's got an MP9. At this range, I mean, what can you even expect?
Molotov onto the pillars. Ethanol walking out onto site, leading the team. Tawish with just an MP9, and he is stuck. Not a lot of room to work. Uruguay is the first one to swing it out, hopefully giving Tawish that chance, but no, nothing else. King working this flank, and Hunter Killer has that idea, looking for kill number 11, and King does not step up. Going to 2. Last round of the half, why not jump on into the belly of the beast? If you're Tawish, it's Kingsley waiting to greet him. The AWP is going to finish off the half 10-2 for UT Austin. This Wolfpack, it is surely a whimper out in the rounds or in the half.
And look at the consistency across the board for UT Austin. They did really well. I mean, Kingsley's the only one who's, significantly down the scoreboard from anyone else, but honestly, that simply doesn't matter when the score line is 10-2. But it does tell you that they've been able to put together a lot of individuals taking the fights and winning them out. Nobody above the rest in any meaningful fashion. pre-pistol round timeout. I can't say I've seen this one very often.
I think maybe, this is just one of those moments where you need to step back no matter what side you're on. If you're UT Austin, you don't want to kind of let things get out of hand. If you're Wolfpack, you need to stabilize.
The first step to stabilization is this pistol round. Tech 9 in Master Uguay's hands. Now it's B.
Killer. Still good for one. Shots a little bit side to side. A windshield wipers for the USPs because King has arrived. Looking to reclaim that crown. First step is taking down Kingsley, who, albeit, has had a standout map, but only 7-5. Nothing too crazy across the board. Just doing what needs to be done. King watching for the push through E-Box. Slowly, here comes Kingsley to his death. A third round for NC State. When you talk about, road to redemption in a deficit like this, it begins with the pistols.
Now, right now, redemption's off the table. We're just talking about recovery. We'll get there eventually if there is enough time, but Matthew McConaughey fan club understanding exactly where they're at, right? They have so much when it comes to rounds to work with. No reason to throw him away. So it'll be USPs alone. But I think the best part of that T side for UT Austin was how efficient they were with their default. They had consistently found early opportunities, early picks, and then when they didn't, they were effectively picking up all of the control that you would hope to have off the back of default.
You're looking for that control, and I'm not sure if actually they hear this, but stampeding through the flank. Here come the USPs. Call to action. The shots. Mace gets away. Oh, he just barely gets away with 35. He's going to drop a smoke and give him some time to work with now.
Hopes for a USP round really are low, but look at how incredibly locked out Matthew McConaughey fan club are. They have no way back in. They're only hoping for an exit.
Well, look how locked in NC State are.
I guess it's fair. You can flip that.
You gotta fight your way out at some way, unless you're gonna escape through mid. That's exactly what they're gonna do. Okay.
Hey, good idea, right Seymour.
There's only one way to go at this point, Vincent. That is crazy. No way all 5 members stay alive at the end, and they do. All 5 members on both teams. Nobody dies.
But a unicorn round. Don't see that one every day. Matthew McConaughey fan club about to be in the same spot that NC State were the entirety of last half, and that is not in the best position economically. They have all the smokes, but just a single Molotov, lacking the flashes and the HEs as well.
Flash out for Ray. Mace still feeling good to walk out, but he has been struggling so far. And in the SMG duel, Ray still has his number. It's not going to stop NC State from walking onto site, though, and they're looking to put up one. Fight the fight. Battling this one, but Ray gets a second one. Ray gets a third. And here comes the rest, just trampling over NC State. Ray!
Head on a swivel, and he's making moves. Ray unstoppable on the MP9. 11-4. Now, that's not a round that NC State thought they were going to be dropping in that fashion. That being said, it's so very close to that coveted 12th round. UT Austin. I do think that NC State made the right call by playing aggressive there. They just got demolished by one man by the name of Ray.
that veteran of UT Austin. Look at him lead with example. Opening kill there from Thunus or onto Thunus, and maybe Maced start to, you know, fall back into this game. 2-13 now. Poking through the smokes. Master Uguay fishing for something. Smokes go down. He's going to see it, but just with a Galil, it's not a fight you want to take.
This is still very winnable, though. Look at group up there for E-Box. And double Molotovs. Walking out towards B would have been an impossibility. In the meantime, the push. Kingsley beheaded.
2v3. Hunter Killer and Ethanol still alive. Two players that very well could be the ones to clutch up, but it's just down to Ethanol now. Hunter Killer a little ahead of it. Forces his teammate into a 1v3. Only thing kind of favoring him right here, Vincent, is that they have no idea where Ethanol is, but Tawish.
He's just waiting for the smoke to clear. Surely will be spotted.
Hello.
And he is. Little peekaboo. NC State, they stay alive for yet another round. And Matthew McConaughey fan club, they do, with that last round, really cut the distance needed for them to find any success. And I think they're going to pick up a big green as well coming into this one, but well played for North Carolina. I mean, in a 3-on-3, for them to just keep everybody alive is phenomenal.
So 5 rounds on now. The Wolfpack still looking for that spark of life. Yet to see anything that shows me that they are truly in control of this game.
This is a tough position to be in, but I actually really like the setup for UT Austin at the moment. They've got a lot of good positions. If there was like a B pop right now, which I think we might see, then they're in good spots to counteract it.
Look at this. Not afraid to bring that early op out. Something that you wanted to see from King, but we get from Kingsley. Ace is going to be spotted on the shoulder. This is all just a little bit of a distraction. The real issue is going to be through E-Box. Kingsley with the AWP, and it's missing. King slips on through. Thunus in trouble. Lots of damage done by King. Thunus will fall. Well, Kingsley, slippery as ever, escapes it.
Molotov not going to actually deny the plant. Just hoping to get more damage done, but I think Hunter Killer spotted this.
He did. Famas going to be able to confirm that kill. 3v3. And he escaped back over towards A main for Mace. He's still alive, but Kingsley trades it. 2v2. AWP and a Famas for the retake. Ethanol is going to be the first one up, but he drops, and that's all down to Kingsley. Hoping to bring this AWP back, but it's the USP! Oh! Opens the smoke with the HE, and Kingsley sitting on his throne.
The irony is that was the tease, HE. They are the ones that threw it, and it was that was the product of their undoing. Fantastic work, and that AWP, we hadn't seen Kingsley come to the forefront too many times for this, despite how dominant UT Austin have been, but here he is, the clutch, the 1v2. Big delivery up against this Wolfpack, as they are now 7 rounds away from even tying this game.
Watched a lot of Game of Thrones right now, and if Kingsley truly had a throne, it'd be made out of AWPs.
That sounds painful.
So would an Iron Throne made out of swords, but, you know.
That's right. A little bit of a mistake. That's a double smoke.
Standing to the fire here. Hunter now actually with a little bit of an off angle. Thunnis is going to be the one to deal the majority of damage, and Kingsley is putting them in the blender. Ethanol is going to come into play with the MP9, and it just doesn't matter what NC State throws at them. It's a Matthew McConaughey fan club win in map number 2. We're going all the way to Vertigo, Vincent, all the way to a map 3 with this lower bracket match, and wow, what a way to do so. 2 very convincing maps from both teams that picked them.
Yeah, and I think that it goes to show the preparation that both squads had on their own map pick, though I think maybe that's an obvious statement. It's also something that we haven't necessarily seen. There's been a lot of opposing teams winning the opposite map pick kind of situations, and not the case here. I do think we didn't see the best from some of the brightest stars from NCSU, though. That does concern me towards that next map. But Matthew McConaughey fan club looking like what we saw early on Overpass throughout the entirety of it.
And that consistency staying true the whole way through is, what you highlighted was missing back on that map number 1. And an Overpass, albeit, not a very easy map to continue with that consistency. It does get out of hand sometimes for some of these teams, especially if you're not as practiced as others. We knew it was a good map for NC State, so it doesn't surprise me that they did struggle. But for NC State, off of that success that they had, you would think it would carry over into this map. But quick as ever, UT Austin, they start off strong, quite like that Overpass, and it doesn't just start with that aggression. It doesn't start with that success. It runs all the way to the end. They put 8 rounds in a row, Vincent, to finish off at a 10-2 half, and really there's nothing that NC State could do, because as much as you want to say this or that, it was almost near perfect Counter-Strike being played here on Anubis by UT Austin.
I wouldn't say it was perfect. I think that more along the lines of UT Austin didn't make any big mistakes, right? And that doesn't mean they're doing everything right, but they were ready for anything that North Carolina put forward, and even more so, right? NC State, the first half, their biggest issue was that they couldn't get a strong purchase. They never got a good buy, and it felt like they never got the AWP into position. Nothing was going right, and they couldn't win on the retake either. That was one of their biggest strengths when it came to Overpass. So when all of those things are going wrong, I don't know how you could expect them to find success, and well, they didn't. With that being said, it's about bouncing back, and they started to put together a little bit of a response towards the back end of this, picking up a pistol and making this look, I mean, it was still dominant, but a little bit less so. That
you
does
expect a little bit
well.
of trouble from the T side of Anubis, and I think that NC State maybe were a little bit too far behind, that they didn't feel like they could come back. In this moment right here, that's got to be the nail in the coffin of what could have been. I mean, that is a heartbreaking way to finish in a 1v2. You allow Kingsley with the op to get those 2 kills, actually 3 for the retake, and he's going to finish off 12-7. And not a really shiny story again for UT Austin. Like how they lost together on Overpass, they win together on Anubis. No superstars. They have moments, but everybody has those moments.
I mean, if there was one player to talk about more than anyone, though, it has to be Hunter Killer. He was really good when it came to, I think, number 1, finding entries. There was a lot of moments where he was there. And then in addition to that, whenever they needed some big moment where there was like a double kill or something, typically that was where Hunter Killer stepped up. Yeah, it was a team effort, and I think that is a beautiful thing to see.
It is something that you don't get to see every day, but it is going to take us to Vertigo for our map 3, a toss-up for our last match of the weekend. This Sunday is going to close with a triumphant finish. I'm excited to get to that, but before it, we have a break. We'll get ready. Vertigo on the horizon. We'll see you soon with some more Rally Cry Collegiate Series.
We get how uncertain the future is. We've come of age in a complex world, face to face with problems we didn't create. So what's going to happen next? We are. Because our future is the future. So we're going to build bridges and hospitals in a day and feed those left in the cold. We're going to do all this and more because we have an appointment with destiny.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Rally Cry Collegiate Series presented by the Army National Guard. My name is Seymour. With me is Vincent. Vincent, it has been one hell of a Sunday for this action. A very swift 2-0 in our first matches, but the second one, it has taken the distance. Very convincing maps for the chosen maps by these teams. And it takes us into one that we haven't yet casted together, you or I. Our second time on the broadcast, for the first time for you and I, we're casting Vertigo for a map number 3.
Yeah, and I'm really actually interested to see two things, especially from Vertigo, right? Number one, I think NC State's biggest problem on Anubis is that they didn't have an answer on their CT side. They really couldn't figure out what to do. They tried one time to get really aggressive towards Canal, and that didn't work. And so it felt like they just kind of tried to run at Matthew McConaughey fan club, and obviously that's a little bit of a questionable decision. If they go down, I want to see better adjustments.
Fan club is loud and they are proud. And starting off on the T side, or sorry, the CT side, just start off with a pistol round win yet again. They won both of the opening pistol rounds of the two maps that we've seen. But take a look at this from NC State as they get that bomb down. They actually have a lurk through mid. Towish looking to be the difference maker. Ray's going to be watching this one, expecting it, but Towish stays alive. 36 HP. Now for the retake, everybody pushing onto site. Ray has joined them. They know they have numbers, and they're looking to overwhelm, but they've left Towish alone all the way in the back. Smokes goes down. Kingsley's going to stick it out. Nope, there is a kit. And a blunder for NC State. Kingsley last alive. He's going to stay alive. And what should have been a pistol round for the Wolfpack, the Longhorns, they steal it away.
They do it, and beyond that, right? UT Austin, as soon as they see Towish on the flank, Ray was looking for it. That was their go button. They immediately booked it to the site, knowing that they had the chance to overwhelm the opposition with the numbers. It ultimately comes down to that fuse kit bought up.
They've broken through, though, in this force buy. They have opened up with kills onto Kingsley and Hunter Killer. The bomb now planted. They have to convert this into a round with this opportunity. Myers, AK on the front line. Smoke is going to be reapplied, and that one was a little bit deeper than expected. Thunis is going to be spotted out and caught in the open. Myers is going to retake his place up and over the smoke. Matthew McConaughey fan club, they are backing out. They're giving this one up, and you got to give your hats off to Wolfpack for putting together a converting round, bringing it back.
I mean, they just got out ahead of the Molotov that was dropped down to the lower B. And Mace, he might have gone down, but he just overwhelmed the players there, picking up the first kill. And with Dunnis falling through the edge of that smoke, that was really the last chance for UT Austin to actually find themselves a place in that retake. And, well, this has been a bit of a consistent thing across all three maps, right? As soon as there's a force buy, it's been effective. And we're going to see another one here. Matthew McConaughey fan club, they're headed out with some Deagles. It's right back to the pistol round strategy for the Wolfpack. They're putting the pressure on and flying up a ramp. They found nobody for now.
But soon enough, Thunis is going to be spotted. Myers, the wall bang. Smashes up that member. Ethanol looking to beat up the smoke, and he will, but Myers with the shots, the AK is a little bit better than those SMGs at range. NC State looking to pick up the rest with a comfortable, flawless round win here. Two more members. Ray has an SMG of his own, but he's already all the way back.
You know, this could have gotten a bit dicey. There's a world where if NC State don't, if they plant towards default, right, in front of the box on site, as opposed to adjust it over to the right-hand side, Matthew McConaughey fan club, they had positioning inside hall, and that could have gotten very scary. We saw the swing come through even in order to try and deny the plant, but just knowing that they smoked out that position early in the round and fully deciding to let them live over there and take the rest of the site, pushing all the way forward. It's just a good bit of awareness from the Wolfpack. And I think something that we didn't see a lot of on Anubis. There wasn't those moments from them where I was just impressed with their decision making and seeing them play with intention. That is something to really look back on, and I think be impressed with for the Wolfpack.
Yeah. Oh, I agree with this one. Boost up from Ray.
Oh, that's a disappointing amount of damage.
That would be a lot more.
I mean, it landed on his head, Seymour.
But, the jig is up.
Yeah.
They've-
They are not at B.
Yeah, they know that. King is going to be in a spot to maybe catch some of the late rotations, setting up for the exit kills, but for this one, it just seems like with Ray having still the SMG, there's an HE for Kingsley, a kit, head armor, and some more utility that Ray has might warrant
Ray
enough
will
of a
hang on.
save. Ray's going to hang on, but I'm curious to see what the rest do.
I mean, it's not a bad idea to go for it either, but there's something worth hanging on to for Ray. You know, I do want to swap a little bit here and talk about NC State a bit more, just because I feel like we really didn't see anything from Maced back on Anubis, and that's a guy, for all intents and purposes, that is one of the more consistent performers for NC State, and that is not to take anything away from anyone else, but you know, over the games that I saw, some of the stats that I was looking at for some of the previous games, he was the guy who was, again, not necessarily having to be a star, but he would get his.
Yeah.
And the fact that we didn't see that, and now we're already getting that into this one, is just really good to see.
It's a lights out difference. It's definitely apparent that when Maced is performing, NC State are succeeding. When he is not, they are falling behind. And they want to take down Matthew McConaughey fan club and eliminate them from this game. It's Mace that you look to hopefully have a turnaround, but he is going to be dispatched of early on in round 5. An early first blood for UT Austin. That's an already call for maybe a reaction out of NC State.
Master Uguay, he's not been found. That audio cue with the reload is exactly why Master Uguay is taking a more aggressive position. He's looking for them to try and walk back in. They're not giving it to him.
Well, he's walking in. Master Uguay's taking a lot of space. So much attention onto King. The bomb going down. Uguay with a burn. Hunter Killer out of this position, and he will. Walks on forward. Lovely patience there from Master Uguay. Seizing the opportunity given. Now King could seal the deal. This late lurk through mid. Ray has no idea. Second falls for UT Austin. This could be it for the Longhorns. King actually gets a double kill through mid. Ethanol is going to be found out. And Kingsley has no options to go for. Has to save this M4 with the light armor.
First look, it may seem like Mace went down without a purpose. Went down without really getting anything done. But the reality is that Master Uguay had so much information about what the setup looked like on the B site off the back of it. Right? Heard the reload, the audio cue, all the way back onto generator. And that's what allows them to kind of set up that take and have no issues there with the flashes bombing in over the top. Master Uguay had so much space. And so Mace, at one point, getting taken out early, but still well-founded decision-making from Master Uguay saves the day.
And here they go. Back out to a little bit of an aggressive start. Towish with the AWP this time instead of King. Be a change that they have just for Vertigo in general, but it's one that I'm going to be a bit skeptical about. Towish has been very impressive with the rifles in hands. Putting an AWP, I hope it doesn't slow them down too much, you know, dampen their effectiveness.
Oh, they had a chance, a missed shot.
Goes back in, and it might be enough to call for some reinforcements. Kingsley has arrived, and the bomb is moving off of this ramp. Mr. Myers is slowly walking away, who actually hasn't died yet. He's gonna go back up scaffolding, and I spoke too soon, man. I apologize. So everything's out to Hunter Killer now, Vincent. Undetected
Oh, he's
in
not
this
been
area.
checked.
And this could be the biggest mistake.
There's been no audio yet for NC State either. They haven't made a noise.
King's gonna walk backwards into Hunter Killer, and that's gonna blow everything out of proportion. Kingsley has to rotate all the way back around, and in a moment's notice, it is all done.
That's why it's important to check all those boxes when you're going into the site. He thought he had a lurk, but there was nothing to be given away. Mace delivering an opening, but UT Austin, they're the ones to close that round out.
What's rule number 1 of Counter-Strike?
Check your corners. Gotta do it.
I think that has the same value across multiple different titles, but what a win there from Master Uguay. No right to win that fight, but he does so anyway.
Could have been a moment there for Thunis, but timing wasn't with him. And Ethanol is a little bit alone here out mid. Playing the off angle, but if King and Mace were to stick together, it would be problematic, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen. In fact, the entirety of the Wolfpack falling back, grouping up.
Walking into the AWP down long. Kingsley at the ready. The timing. And they know now that the AWP is here. Do they still dedicate themselves to the site? 49 seconds, and Tawish is long gone. King still in spawn. He's going to drop a Molotov mid. Mace working over towards B. And there is the turnaround. It's Mace 3 and 4 starting to take action and seize control of this game. Bomb goes down. Close to the retake. Kingsley still with the AWP. He's being denied vision, and so will Thunis. He drops the smoke. He gets out. At NC State, they find their 5th round.
Yeah, that smoke sealing it pretty much for sure. Nothing to be done to get back through. And yeah, it looked great. The A site hold, phenomenal. Except they didn't count on Mace walking out B, finding an opening pick, and then getting ahead of the rotations. The Wolfpack, they stay in the lead and increase it by 1. With Kingsley and Thunis getting out with rifles each. Ooh, that money is in a really interesting position, but with 2 rifles, they'll have plenty to buy.
Kingsley holds on to the op. I haven't seen too much out of him just yet. I think that Kingsley has actually fallen behind in the early rounds of this Vertigo in comparison to the Anubis. There is still time, and he still has this big green in his hand. So where do we see him go this time around? It is heading over towards B, getting aggressive, watching for the staircase rush, and it's not going to be the case. This time, Thunis in a little bit of danger, burning alive. Mace climbs over the sandbags and removes him from the site. Ethanol, only one standing between a bomb plant. And not that. Mace has already slipped the line. 5 and 4. He is succeeding, so is the team, and so far he is electric.
Just entirely unaware. UT Austin, they were expecting something aggressive, but he puts down the molly to Thunis, and, well, off the back of that, he's thinking, well, no, wait, let's take the fight early. That was not the case. Jumping over that sandbag, it is a really good way to catch off guard ramp players. Just to get into that position, and if they don't toss the Molotov correctly, or you get a little bit careless there, like tossing it too deep, it doesn't cover off that position. So NC State taking advantage of that and more. Another save for UT Austin. This one a lot easier of a call considering how early in the round the A site was overwhelmed. And who is it but Mace? I know we've been talking a lot about him, but well deserved. These last 2 rounds have been powered by Mace.
If that was an ad, that would be perfect. With extra, consolation kills towards the end there for Matthew McConaughey fan club. So the op still stands in the hands of Kingsley. And a little unfortunate, I'd say, for Kingsley. Has had the unfortunate draw of being at the wrong size for the executes. So we haven't seen this AWP really get used.
Yeah, twice in a row.
But this time, he's jumping right on down. What is this? Kingsley takes a dive into the enemy backline. And he feeds him over that sniper rifle, trying to inject him into the game. That is such an awkward call to make.
I mean, the game plan is you get down there, you get the first kill. It's imperative that Kingsley hits the first shot, but then he falls back, and the rest of NC State are baited into the 2 rifles up top on the steps. That's the plan, but yeah, as I mentioned, really is important to check the first box and hit the kill.
It's egregious, though. Thonis drops a smoke down, and it's actually going to stay on sandbags, hoping that he got some timing here, but King's not going to be deceived at all.
I love this regression. This is awesome from UT Austin.
They might catch some timing here onto these players, and they will. King goes down. It's a 2v2. Low HP on Ray, but Mr. Myers has 9. And they're going to keep going.
They didn't see it. They didn't see that both of the players were there. So UT Austin, this is a bit more of a gamble for them. They're going to take some time to toss a generator smoke, to toss a Molotov for default. And the problem is that Ray he's right here with ethanol in tow.
Now can hear this one. The plan's going to come through. Ray peeking up over the staircase. Master Uguay, how would you even expect it? Ray, what an electric resurgence back into the map. Quite like what we saw on Overpass, a very deceiving, sneaky M4A1S play. Trigger discipline has been showcased through Ray multiple times throughout this series.
It has. Man, that re-aggression, it's such a good call because NC State, either they're there and they're taking the site, right? And you just take the fight early, right? You hope to catch them off guard. Or you get what happens here, where you catch one on rotation or you find nothing. Either way, it's good news, no matter the outcome.
Lots of aggression towards ramp from UT Austin, and Towers is the only one here, tucked away at the bottom of the scaff, and Smokes blocking off these 3 members. AG deep. It's going to put down Ray to 52. So considerable amount of damage there from Tawish done, but nothing has been decided just yet from NC State.
The opening 30 seconds and staying alive and doing better than that for Tawish. Taking a life.
Ray can't give up his life. Already too much damage done with ethanol going down this early into the round while players are walking up onto B. Hunter Killer, the world on his shoulders right now, but they are rotating off of A back to B.
I don't know what has necessitated this call, what information the UT Austin are working from, but I mean,
has
it's
to be the
incredible.
idea that Tawish is the only one that's been seen.
Yeah, but I don't know, man. That's an ambitious move, but they're right.
All right, and Tawish is going to be spotted on the flank. Ray, always good for watching their backs. Mace going to be forced out into the open, and he gets the better of Hunter Killer, but it's still a 3v3. NC State still want to fight for it. Op shot misses. Kingsley goes down. Bomb soon to follow. The digits are being punched in. It's all down to the shoulders of Thunis and Ray. Ray on 5 health. So Thunis has to be the difference maker, and he's going to go for it. No kit. Ray's going to be the one with the kit. So Thunis wants to go for it. Ray has to as well, and Thunis goes down before Ray can even make himself known. He is going to exit the situation. And the Wolfpack on the T side of Vertigo after being beaten down on Anubis.
It's a must-win fight for Kingsley on the site. If his AWP doesn't get one there, it's so over. And yeah, they just had to wait. Nobody giving anything away. And I think that back to the strengths of the Wolfpack in the post plant, they aren't a team that gives up free kills, free openings. They're never going too aggressive, and they're never getting caught out for it. I think that is something that is really hard to get consistent because sometimes you're feeling it, right? And sometimes you just make a decision that doesn't end up working out. But whenever the Wolfpack get on site and they find themselves in a 3v3, they're so consistent with closing those out.
Timeout called, and I mean, this is better time than any. Looks like they're gonna force up whatever they can buy. Gonna be aiming for a 7-5 half. Tower's still rocking the AWP, so not sure if it has to be a map specific play style.
It certainly seems like it. I mean, he could just be feeling it as well, but this is also a map, Vertigo, that is very unique. There's a lot of really small angles, and that you can really take advantage of positioning in a way that isn't the case on other maps. Little bits and pieces, you know, especially towards like A ramp, for example. If you are an expert, you can really have a big impact.
Right now, the impact of the round is going to be Mr. Myers burning away at the players on B and securing a kill onto Hunter Killer. Puts that away, and nothing still in the works just yet from NC State, but they are going to bring this bomb back over to B, and they're working up the staircase slowly.
Notice how the first, like, 35, 40 seconds of every round for the T side of the Wolfpack has been exactly the same. Taking the map control and putting themselves out there in all these positions.
Thomas the only one here with the MP9, and the positions for NC State again gonna break on in. Mr. Myers, a blowout on the B side. 3 kills. The round is done. It is so far done. It's fortunately enough, I'd say, for the side of UT Austin, Vincent, the 2 members saving are the ones with the rifles, but you wish those rifles were in the action.
You do, and I think, you know, partly there's nothing you can do about that, but at the same time, how many times is this going to happen where maybe you just got to stack towards the site? Though I guess credit where it's due, UT Austin have actually done a good job of trying to rotate effectively. Just like I said, once NC State have a site, it's theirs, and it's rare to see them lose it.
Kingsley trying to hold on for his life with the M4. And he will not. The wallbang from Tawish. Nail in the coffin for what seems like the half. And look at the money. Look at the money, Vincent.
I mean, they're doing well just to get rifles out on just about everyone. That's how bad it is, and I don't think there's going to be much util to back that up. Actually,
it's not a bad amount.
Yeah, no, I was expecting a little bit less. My math skills were off. They've done some good accounting work to get into position here. Okay, Kingsley, just walk through the smoke, why don't you?
Moments like that, Kingsley, we need more of it. Finish up the round with a pick onto Mace. It's okay. The rest of the crew has been outstanding. I think the quietest has been Master Uruguay, but he's been more of a supporting character. Very wise, some wisdom. It will not matter this time. He leads Mr. Myers to death.
Mr. Myers has been another guy that I think we've maybe not done our due diligence in talking about this map. Just so very strong. He's 14-4. Dundas is in the same spot Hunter Killer just vacated. This is certainly a move. I think he's low. There's no clue that Dundas is here.
He checks it. He checks it. Tawish and King. The trades are out. It's a 2v2. And King has no idea Hunter Killer is going to be here, so it's all down to Master Uruguay. Low HP onto Hunter Killer, but Ethanol full. Light armor. The numbers should give them the chance. I love this aggression coming out. They're both going to be here, and you lose out on ethanol. Master Oogway takes the road that he wants to avoid the most, and he finds his destiny. 9-3 at the end.
And a man that, I mean, you just talked about him, all right? A little bit of a more supportive element to the game for the moment for the Wolfpack, and he hasn't really been required. Walked into that round 3-3-3. And he comes out with a 1v2 clutch that puts UT Austin off of a 4th round that, I mean, would have essentially brought them back to not even, but recovered. And how does this go wrong? I'm just looking back at this. This was a 3-on-5.
Starts with,
man, was I wrong?
Here.
They heckin' knew.
I mean, it was all just right time, right place. They hit together, and most importantly, King and his impact through mid all throughout this game, it has been second to none. Nobody has shut down King through mid. Always lurking, catching somebody looking the wrong way, and he does it in that moment. King does enough to give Master Uguay the sight.
Yeah, he had that high impact round. Or I think he picked up 2 or 3 on the flank there, but into a tech pause by the look of things. Not sure what the difficulties are, but regardless, gives UT Austin a little bit of a breathing room and lets the Wolfpack go over to their CT side. Now, I'm not going to say that they struggled on the CT side as a whole, because we really didn't see much of their overpass CT side. Didn't have to, closed it out pretty quickly, but it was not the way when it came to Anubis. And Vertigo, a very different place for sure, but I'm looking for the Wolfpack to step right back up, continue this dominance based on what we saw there.
I'd like to see more of these power positions from players like Tawish if he does want to bring out that AWP even more, something that was missing back on Anubis. But let's get into the pistols, Vincent. This is a turnaround moment for Matthew McConaughey fan club for UT Austin, and Ethanol is going to open things up. Myers, though, USPs have been quite dangerous today, 16-4, and he is looking for more, but before that, he's just going to play it safely. Drops on down, exits back over towards Heaven, trying to time this perfectly with the flank that is coming through ramp. Dooley's in the hands of Mazed. Master Uguay with just a USP, but it might just be enough. 2 versus 3, and here comes Mr. Myers, though. Mr. Myers takes down Ethanol, and the rest go down. Master Uguay chimes in for 1 onto Thunis. Double digits secured for NC State.
Mr. Myers is just an unstoppable force sometimes. I felt like we have yet to see the version of Mr. Myers that we saw back on Overpass in week 1. This is him. He is that guy, and oh my goodness, clean shots on the USPS. You love to see it, and you love to see NC State just walking back in and double digits.
Yeah. That was a moment for UT Austin that you needed. You set it back on Anubis. When you're down a deficit like 9-3, you look to the pistol to be your first step back into a game. And now you're down 7 rounds instead, and about to be down 8 possibly. You have to force back up into this one. And they do. Limited utility, but not a bad amount for the second round force.
No, I think that, to be fair, UT Austin are essentially committing with this force buy to try and force by the rest of the game. If they don't win, they're just going to have to keep up this pressure. But it's even better because they have Galils, and there's 5 MP9s on the other side.
Seems like the Wolfpack, they understand the potential of the force buy. Just doesn't seem like they're too ready. Ray checking off the boxes down low. It's all down to 3. Bomb's going down. Kingsley dies. Did he fall off the map?
He had to have. He's adding to the numbers.
Oh,
the workplace accidents, they're rising.
This is scary. Thunis on 5 HP. Susceptible to death by the MP9s. Oh, King allows Mr. Myers a way back into the site. Single-handedly A devastating round for UT Austin. It's Kingsley again dying to the environment. Back on overpass, it was his own Molly. Now, a workplace accident, Vincent.
That's the sound of me face palming right there. And just that double kill. Oh my goodness. There was a lot of workplace accidents in the warm-up. Yeah, I guess the warm-up was a dangerous place. I mean, but that's a great example, by the way, of UT Austin set up in a perfect position, played correctly when it comes to the positional game, and then just missed the shots. King should never be getting away with that. They baited him into the right position, and he still comes away with the double kill on an MP9, no less.
Silent on Anubis, but loud and proud on Vertigo. A substantial lead for North Carolina State, if I do say so. And now a chance to put this out of contention. Win here, look at the cash in the bank. If UT Austin lose out in this round, you're saying bye-bye to the Collegiate Series.
I think that's the saddest part. We gotta say goodbye to one of these teams, but Khalil's not out of the woods just yet.
Kingsley spots it out. What a shot! It's the AK of Thunis. Opening up a chance here for UT Austin. The bomb leading over towards the site. Yet to go down, but soon enough it will, and Thunis is going to double down on this one. When you need him most, Thunis arrives.
He's picked him up, and this is the Wolfpack. I mean, grabbing a better weapon, but they're saving. They're not interested. Not in this one. I cannot believe that they get the first kill. Like, that's a phenomenal shot, sure, but it's the second one through the smoke. Just one little spray, and that gives the inkling over to Thunis about where this man was located. And Mace goes down.
It's a long road to victory, Vincent. One step at a time. One round at a time. And a whole lot of heroics, I feel, are going to need to happen.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. We've seen some heroics already, though, from Thunis, and we know Hunter Killer is good for them as well. Not to mention Ray, who real bright spot in a couple of these few rounds that UT Austin picked up on their CT side. You could argue he was the reason they had rounds.
Now he has to be careful. That spray was just off the side of his teammate. Looking to see if somebody's going to open things up. Ethanol 2 and 11. I haven't even seen this one having his own maced game right now.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate. UT Austin have kept this one slow and steady. Now, they've had to fight. They're going to have to continue.
Myers gets the trade there. It's a 2-for-1. Ray's slowly working his way through mid. And he's going to get the better of King. Shot in the back. Executed. Still with the Lils.
Oh, did Mr. Myers spot somebody?
I'm not sure. But now he did. Now.
That's all the info that he really needs.
Right
falling
back.
Yeah, good decision making right now for the Wolfpack. And they've got Master Uguay in a nice place. This back quad angle is, listen, if it's checked, if it's mollied, it's so over. But if it's not, oh, here it is.
Master Uguay goes out, but Ray's not ready. At least gets the one. Mac 10 at range for Tawish. A lot of damage done, but no kill to back it up. Here comes the smoke. Kinsley's going to hop the plant, and he's going to stick it out. Digits are punched in, and the time is away from him. Mr. Myers, the spray transfer just narrowly off its target. It gets close, but no cigar just yet. Still some work to be done.
Hunter Killer had literally no time to hit that shot. Had to hit the headshot and connect, and he does it. Talking about the individuals who are going to step up. Hunter Killer in the 1v1 does it there. I know we just watched UT Austin win a crucial round, but I've really liked what NC State have done in the early rounds for their control at A ramp. It's been really good. And I mean, you can notice in the last round, it was at the 1 minute mark before really there was any possibility for UT Austin to take a fight. And that's because they just cycled the smokes well and then played aggressive off the back of them.
Into a tech pause, it seems. Somebody's not feeling comfortable in this game.
I think Mr. Myers might have been the one to drop for a moment. Didn't have any pistols, so I think that might have been it. Regardless, we will see. UT Austin have gotten, a big footing right now. They forced the eco. They've made themselves with a chance to jump back into this map pretty handedly, especially when you consider the fact that they come away with a 1v1, but it's into an eco. So they can get a chance to build some money back up, and they're not up against 12 either. That would be bad news for them. But when it's up against 11, you have some space to work with. If you make a mistake, it's not the end of the road.
There is still, chances. It's important to note, but I mean, look at the series that we've had in the past. 13-6 on Overpass, 13-5 on Anubis. Neither team has really fought back from a deficit like this. It's going to have to be some uncharted territory of the mental capacity it takes to make this happen.
They saw so many players.
Here they come into the blender. One kill from Master Uruguay. A second one. It's Ethanol. A couple guns now. Kingsley want to make sure that no more damage is going to be done here, but Kingsley got dinged. He only has 12 HP.
So you're going to leave Master Uruguay to his own devices. Understandable.
Yeah, leave him here.
I think Master Uruguay will be happy with an AK. He'll be happy to get another exit. Honestly, either one. Don't want to go down, but, who really does?
Chosen quite the hidey hole. Surely nobody checks this.
Well, it depends on where they exit. I think they're going to exit through mid, so yeah, should be all good through CT spawn rather.
So when do things start getting scary for NC State?
I think it's, more along the lines of 8-9, right? A couple more rounds, win another gun round, and you're just about there. But with the money that is available, there is an AWP potentially for Towish, I guess, who's been taking the op over King in this map. And on the CT side, that op's a lot more powerful than it is on the T side. Because I've been bamboozled. It's King instead who's going to take it back.
CT Opper.
Could be it.
He opens it
He's
up.
done it.
Aggressive kill onto Thunis, leading the charge for NC State. Looks like Mace is going to tuck away. I'm not sure if Ethanol actually spotted this one, but he has the idea. The shots are going to go through and confirms the trade.
That's really unfortunate for Mace, but still, UT Austin, they've gotten a lot of map control off the back of that, despite King taking Thunis out early. That gives them A ramp. Now they're working mid, and it's a great flick,
Legs
but it's
in.
a leg.
15 health and the willpower to get through it by all means.
Excuse me? Towish? Towish is so deep. He's caught the craziest timing. Nobody's looking his way.
Oh, and he gets Kingsley. Now they know. But he's not going to stop here. He's still going.
What?
M4's out. The dink onto Ray. Mr. Myers going to join him too.
That's bomb.
Arms together, linked in. They have to go back. snuff out this aggression. Tao is going to be burning, and Ray gets both of them.
Oh, but they might head towards B, and Master Uguay is so deep, they will head back to A site instead. But Uguay's got the knowledge, the information. He can knife out for the most part.
He knows.
He's going to want to... Oh, this is going to be some crazy timing for Master Uguay.
Take a second to get this planted.
He's already had a really big 1v2, remember, at the end of the first half. This could give map and series point over to the Wolfpack.
Slowly working his way up scaffolding. Ray has no idea. 1v1. Hunter is there for the trade. Playing together is key in the 1v2. And Hunter Killer, you asked for a heroic moment out of this player who is known for chances like that. And he delivers a 7th round on this comeback and this climb back in Overpass.
And it was Ethanol to bring the opening frag over to UT Austin, a guy that you mentioned, right, has had a little bit of a slower start, a rough game on Vertigo. So we start out with him, and we end out with Hunter Killer in the second 1v1 of this comeback to put the Wolfpack back down into an eco with a King Hero rifle, the extra cash on his shoulders.
Been over here with the hero rifle of King. He is hunting. He is fishing for anything, but Kingsley is not going to give it away. Just a flash, and they disengage down ramp. Kingsley, though, still in an area where he's got to fight this one through, and that is a large amount of damage taken.
He's backed out of there. No reason to be pushing back forward upside hall. He'll be putting out the early damage. Mr. Myers waving goodbye to Ethanol.
Well, how do you do? Thunis looking to collect. His teammates dropped it. Spaghetti all over the floor, but it's okay. Found anywhere but over. The retake, if anything, will have to be in a 4 versus 4 with just an M4 in the hands of King. Nothing kind of blooms soon. It might be done, Vincent. Going out from Cowish onto the Rams. Kingsley's going to remove him from this one, and that is the round. Without the numbers.
I was going to say, it's all about these ramp players, but Kingsley got a tap on it. That'll end up taking everybody down pretty much. And an ambition to try and limit the weaponry, the money, but I mean, you look at Matthew McConaughey fan club, they've got cash for days. By the time the cash matters, they'll have either lost or will have won.
Surprised they even went for it. You know, the time was so far gone. You know, they were lurking in and about, and I mean, not going to be the end of the world for them. Still a lead, 3 rounds up, but UT Austin half found the right back in. Finally, the boost is going to pay off. Ethanol gets caught out in the open. First blood to NC State. Looking to convert it into a round win.
Usually get away with that boost once or twice a game, and that's a big time for it to come to fruition.
This is going to get traded too. Still with the trade game from NC State. Has been sublime so far on Vertigo. That's going to keep them at the advantage for lives.
And that's one of the things that we've been talking nonstop about. Their spacing is great. Able to find refrags consistently. Good response.
Drop the Molotov through mid. King's got that up at the ready. That's going to whittle things down into a 2 versus 4, a seemingly unwinnable position for UT Austin with only 45 seconds left. They need something to go their way. You cannot execute onto the site with what they have.
Wolfpack are unrelenting with the space that they're taking. When they get info over at B, they're always going down A ramp. And I think that UT Austin are starting to realize how much space they've given up. How difficult it would have been for them to try and clear it out in 20 seconds. There wasn't enough time.
No, it's not going to be A, so the reinforcements are here. Master Uguay set up, watching for the cross. flashes out. King misses the shot. The smokes are down, and the bomb soon to follow. But Master Uguay ahead of things. It's all down to Kingsley. He gives them a chance, but King snuffs it out. Finally gets the better of his counterpart and takes his team to match point.
King saying, who's the real king now? And indeed, it's not just match point. Whole series on the line. The entire tournament life of UT Austin to play with here and now. Kingsley back onto the AWP. But speaking of Kings, that shot through mid, just stalwart, holding strong, and then the final nail in the coffin. It's the Wolfpack with 4 chances to close this map out and to head on into further in the lower bracket.
Team will win.
Man.
A team will lose. No matter the result, a king will rise. Opening pick there onto hit a hunter killer from Mace is going to spell some trouble now for UT Austin. Have scraped together whatever they can, but they're not expecting the reposition out of King into this round rake. Blindsided by the op.
This is the best start you could have asked for the Wolfpack into what could be the final round. Mace falling all the way back, still has some positioning over at B. A forward position inside hall. They've let them creep up the A ramp, but they'll know that.
Howish. MVP of Kingsley. Naka landed shot. It's down to 2. And UT Austin, they need to trust in their players to clutch up when it matters most. Thunis and Ethanol, what do you have? Ethanol is going to be caught by King yet again. It's all down to Thunis, and as he falls, running down the road to a title, NC State, they continue on. They step up in the Vertigo. 13-8, they take down UT Austin, and what a way to do so. They bend, Vincent, but they do not break towards the end. They looked fantastic on that map.
Yeah, I mean, they stayed alive through Anubis, and that was a struggle, but I think Vertigo really came back and again, allowed us to see some of the best parts of this Wolfpack, how they are so methodical. Their T side was incredible when it came to just getting that map control early. They were there, and even on the CT side, I mean, to be honest, they found a lot of those opening picks, even though there was some moments where it wasn't ideal, they still brought it back.
And unlike Anubis, where you said it was kind of one-dimensional, not a lot changed from that NC State team, you saw them change up their positioning, try new things here on Vertigo, and it was delightful to watch. I mean, a breath of fresh air, what seemed like a team that was so defeated early on into Anubis. It was a lot better here.
Yeah, and they have officially knocked UT Austin out of this tournament, continuing their lower bracket run. And there was, I think, one man to talk about big, though, in this matchup, and that was Mr. Myers. He was so consistent. I mean, Mace had some really big impact, but it was the consistency of Mr. Myers that I think pulled them over the edge. But there's one other thing that I think needs to be talked about, and that's Tawish. He had so much command of the map by having control of the right areas at the right time. Just think about how many times he was all the way down this A ramp. How many times he found himself in good position to give information over to the rest of the team elsewhere.
He's just not afraid to go hunting for information. And not only that, a lot of trust behind the Wolfpack that these players can make plays like that and succeed. And Tawish did that, even bringing out the AWP in place of King and thriving with it in his hand. A big clutch there from Master Uguay. Got to touch on that. A 2-versus-1 to end the half, 9-3. And heading into the pistols, they even continue on. This is the moment where you're starting to see a little bit of panic, some purpose here for UT Austin that, you know, if they're going to make some plays, they need to do it now. The 4 spies come through and they start to collect a couple of rounds, and maybe after, you know, 4 in a row or 5 in a row, you're feeling a little bit worried for NC State, but they're so disciplined in their play style on the CT side of Vertigo that you saw the different strategies come out from this team, and their IGL was calling a very dynamic CT side of Vertigo.
Yeah, I think there was a lot to like there for the Wolfpack. And just quick shout out as well to Ray, who I think had some of the highest impact moments across the entirety of this server. As an individual, I don't know that anybody else really had anywhere close to the amount of rounds that Ray either pulled back or potentially won for his team. That was phenomenal to see. Like, Hunter Killer might be on the other side of that, had some critical 1v1s, but the amount of like double spray downs we've seen in these clips from Ray has been really impressive to see. But all of that leading into a 13-8 scoreline on Vertigo, where NC State, they stay alive and they continue on. Look at that, 24-10 for Mr. Myers. I mean, I wasn't counting, but that guy just, you come away and I wouldn't have guessed that he even got that many. And we talked about him already.
The silent death on the server. Mr. Myers, not like crazy flashy like what Tawish was doing, or even King at times, and Maced looking to kind of lead the charge for the team, but Mr. Myers consistently finding those kills, consistently getting success for the team. And I have to agree with you, very outstanding map out of himself to lead for now a losers bracket run. They're going to face up against Oklahoma Christian University as they knock out UT Austin from that lower bracket. The road only gets more difficult from here, Vincent.
Yeah, it's a very long run through this lower bracket. I mean, you can see it right now. You have not just Oklahoma Christian, but the loser of GMU Northwood in the wings, if they even get that far. It's going to be a lot of fun to watch. But all of that's happening next week.
Yeah, a lot of spicy matches to look forward to next week, folks. So as we close out the stream for tonight, I just want to thank you for sticking around and enjoying. And if you want to see more, don't forget to follow Rally Cry. Give them some love for putting on the Rally Cry Collegiate Series. It's not just the title of Counter-Strike that we're paying attention to, but it's also, other titles like some fighting games, as well as Rocket League and Madden as well. So show them some love. Don't forget to follow and take part in the Rally Cry Collegiate Series and all the entertainment that it brings to us. But for CS2, we will see you next week for some great matches. Have a great night, everyone.